Okay, well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to this first meeting of 2025. I'm going to say good evening and Happy New Year. There's been a bit of controversy as to how long into January you can actually say that to people, but we're not at the halfway point, and it is our first meeting, so Happy New Year to all of you, and thanks for being here. I was saying it's a little bit like old times. Before COVID, we used to have often this many people in the gallery, and it's actually very nice to look out and see that we're not speaking to an empty room, so thanks for being here, no matter what reason you're here. So I am Cheryl Gannan, I am the mayor, and although this meeting is an all committees meeting, we are running it as one this month because of ROMA, which is the Rural Ontario Municipal Association conference being next weekend. In January, we generally have one big meeting, as this one is, and then it goes directly to council at the end of the month. So that's why this meeting is set as an all committees meeting. And the public meetings, of course, are included in that to make sure that they happen appropriately as well. So before I begin this meeting, I do want to say that I would like to say, actually, that comments from the public for a matter that's on the agenda may be provided in person by attending the meeting and advising the chair during the request to address an item on the agenda section of the agenda. And for those individuals that are unable to attend the meeting in person, you are always, for any meeting, able to submit comments for matters that are on that agenda by either emailing jpaylove@westlincoln.ca before 4:30 on the day of the meeting. Comments submitted will be considered as public information and read into the public record. Or alternatively, you can contact the Clerk's Department to request a Zoom link to attend the meeting virtually. Tonight's all committees meeting will be live streamed as well as recorded and available on the Township's website by visiting events.westlincoln/meetings. So we will begin with the land acknowledgement statement tonight. The Township of West Lincoln, being part of Niagara Region, is situated on treaty land. This land is steeped in the rich history of the First Nations, such as the Hattaway-Wendourong, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe, including the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. There are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit from across Turtle Island that live and work in Niagara today. The Township of West Lincoln, as part of the Regional Municipality of Niagara, stands with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. And so, members of committee, I'm going to ask if there are any changes in order of items on the agenda for this evening. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and/or conflict of interest? Okay, and seeing none, we're going to move to an appointment. We have an appointment this evening about a community improvement plan, the waiving of development fees, and this we are putting in ahead. A great many people in the audience this evening are here because of this presentation regarding a new Legion Villa, and so in full respect for everyone's time, we're allowing this appointment to go ahead of our public meetings, but they will follow directly. So I'm going to call on Nancy Neville and Gord Sawsey, first of all, please. And Kevin's going to help you. So, Nancy, quite truthfully, I don't remember whether we had a podium the last time you were here or whether you actually used this chair. Something in there. So we now have, for the sake of live streaming, a presenter's chair, and you and Gord are almost going to have to take turns a little bit in terms of that, if that works. Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, I didn't read that. It's right on the screen. How easy is that?
So welcome, and once you're settled and organized, feel free to go ahead, Nancy. Yeah, I think that, Kevin, you checked the mic, Kevin, to make sure it was on? Great, thank you very much.
Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Can you hear me? Yeah. I'm Nancy Neville. For those of you who don't know me, I'm here to speak on behalf of the project development team of Legion Villa, and I'm here with Gord Sawsey. He's our project manager from the region. In the audience, we have some of our other members of the board who've come along for support. For those of you who are not familiar with Legion Villa, we are a nonprofit charitable organization, and we've provided affordable housing for seniors for over 30 years right here in West Lincoln. We have a proven track record with 2 well-run apartment buildings, 161 and 171 Mill Street, with a total of 62 affordable rental units. The Legion Villa Board is made up of volunteers, all community-focused West Lincoln residents. A 2024 operational review by Niagara Region as service manager scored Legion Villa a 94%, which is a very impressive rating for a nonprofit housing provider. If I could just ask you for a minute just to think about who you might know that's a senior resident, maybe a friend, a neighbor, or a family member who's made West Lincoln their home. Maybe they've been here for a lot of years. And for any number of reasons, a move to an affordable apartment rental is really what they need at this point. Maybe they live alone and can no longer maintain their current home on their own, and purchasing a condo or a condo apartment just isn't feasible for them. They want to remain in the community they've built ties to, close to their family, friends, and familiar surroundings, and they ask you to give them a hand and help them to start checking out to see what their options might be for a rental unit. So you start out looking and you see that there are already very limited options in West Niagara, as well as the entire region, in fact. And then you come to see Legion Villa, and you see that they offer affordable rental units for seniors right here in West Lincoln. You're so pleased that you have an option for them, and so you agree to go check out Legion Villa and see if they can get on the wait list for an apartment. You might be very shocked to learn that the current wait list for Legion Villa is over 8 years, and potentially much longer, up to 12 years, for these units as the wait list grows. How sad is that? If the need for your friend or relative is critical, they probably have to move out of the community in order to secure an affordable rental unit. There is no doubt that there's a great need for additional affordable housing, and Legion Villa has taken it upon themselves to try to assist with that need within the community. Our proposed build will provide 52 new rental units. Spending the limited funds wisely that they have, Legion Villa has opted to develop on their own property rather than adding the significant costs associated with the build on a new site. As you can see from the proposed development, you can see that we've went for a boundary adjustment, and we're able to accommodate the third building right on the Villa 2 property. The building will feature will have accessibility features incorporated into it. There'll be safe, welcoming, and affordable rental apartments for low-income seniors, actually anyone 55 plus. There will be an emphasis on energy efficiency, and it's a great location within the community. It's very close to the downtown core, doctors, dentists, drugstore, et cetera. And then an added bonus to Legion Villa being able to build on their current site. It's just a beautiful grounds, well-maintained, and nice natural surroundings with the creek bordering to the south, I guess it is. At this time, I'm going to just turn over to Gord, and he'll go through the project status and the proposed timeline.
Okay, thanks, Nancy. I think everybody can hear me here.
Oh, much better than you, probably.
Okay. I'm Gord Slazzi. I'm a project manager with the Niagara Region's Housing Services Division with their new build team. And I've been working with Legion Villa for almost 4 years now on this proposed affordable housing project. Got to say, Legion Villa, really, really well-run organization. Like Nancy mentioned, scored really highly on the service manager's most recent review. And yeah, just been a really good team to work with to this point. So it's good to be here and exciting to be able to present the project again. I know we were here last year on a similar topic. And I just wanted to give a quick update on where things are at with the project since we last met with you and where things are going to be going. So a lot of the major, or I'd say the majority of the major milestones for a development of this type are completed. We've worked through the environmental review, survey work, completed feasibility studies and design work, schematic design work. We just held a second pre-consultation with the town just to make sure things are still on track and the proposed design still works. Full support from the MPCA, and we have are essentially complete lot consent. There's just some legal work and survey work to complete this month to finish up with boundary adjustments, and we also intend to submit for zoning application at the end of this month. Geotechnical work is done, and grant approvals have been given throughout the project to allow Legion Villa to continue all this work. As a nonprofit charity entity, they don't have a lot of equity at all for this type of development, so it's basically all funding driven. And along those lines, pretty excitingly, we were granted studies grant through Federation of Canadian Municipalities, their Green Municipal Fund. So that just came through at the end of last year, and that's essentially what's going to allow us to move through the next phases, which are highlighted on the right side of the slide here. So coming up this year, as mentioned, we're going to be working through the zoning application, and with the grant that we received, we'll concurrently be able to start work and complete site plan design and approval, I hope. And at the same time, Legion Villa last year brought on a consultant to help with capital fundraising. So on a project like this, even with government support and an entity bringing their own land equity, there's still help needed from the community, from private donors to make this work, to keep things truly affordable. So essentially, fundraising study has been done to assess the viability of the project and donations. And we'll also be working so the main goal is to work towards getting full capital funding application in by, say, late this year or early next year, and that will allow us to break ground in 2026. So that's where everything's going right now. The site's pretty complicated from a land planning perspective. I'd say the last couple of years have been pretty challenging in that regard, but we've been able to work through those issues, working with some really good consultants and town staff. And I think there's a lot of good momentum behind the project right now. Things are really starting to move forward well. We're completing all the work necessary to get funding applications in. And we're really well positioned to check all the remaining boxes and hopefully break ground next year. So to help keep this momentum, that's why Legion Villa is here today. We wanted to follow up on our October 2024 presentation to council, asking for town support and through planning fee waivers. Along those lines, I'll let Nancy touch on that.
So what we're here today to ask from council is town planning fees waiver or reimbursement. You'll see the costs on the slide here. We're looking for reimbursement for the Planning Act and consent, Planning Act consent and lot boundary adjustment fees, zoning bylaw amendment fees identified in pre-con number 2, as well as site plan approval fees identified in the pre-con 2. Those total planning fee waivers may need to be adjusted to 2025 rates, but right now that looks at approximately $20,414. And further down the road, we would be looking for a town building permit waiver for building and encroachment permits, and those total preliminary estimate is $100,000. Waiving of fees would do a couple things to start for us. It will give us the funds needed to continue with the progression of the next steps that are necessary to help us move forward. Boundary adjustment fees were necessary as part of the plan to develop Legion Villa's property to accommodate the third building. And it would also show the community that you're excited about this project as we are, to successfully fulfill the federal and provincial mandates of providing more housing in all formats, but specifically in the realm of affordable housing. This project has been a dream that has been in the works for a number of years by a group of committed members of this community that see the desperate need. And they're working hard to find some resolve to the current desperate need. I think.
Sure, yeah, so just touching on the points on the slide here, I don't think it's any surprise to anybody that building truly affordable housing, especially nonprofit charity entities like Legionville, it's really challenging. And we really need all levels of government to be able to show support financially and through other means as well. The municipal support financially is really critical because it allows a proponent to redirect their limited funds to help pay for other really critical front-end work, studies, design, legal fees, that sort of thing, checking all the boxes that are needed to go ahead with capital funding applications through CMHC and other groups. And really importantly as well, so any reduction of capital loan needed to complete a build like this goes directly back into the affordability of the project. So just simple math here, less debt financing, less mortgage, that equals lower rent rates for low-income tenants that are going to be in the building. I've found too on projects over the last few years that the more local, municipal, and regional support you can bring, the better that looks with your funding applications through CMHC and hopefully with the province. There's rumblings of some funding programs coming out through COCHI and other provincial programs. So it's de-risking essentially. They want to make sure that all levels are working together and taking ownership of the project. So essentially, the more co-investment, say CMHC sees or the ministry sees, the better chances Legionville would have of having their application approved. And yeah, we can move on to the next slide. Yeah. So again, us here today, this request to council, this is a request following up on a request from October of 2023 for planning fee waivers and permit fee waivers. At that meeting, it was explained that financial support for this project would likely need to be done through a CIP developed through West Lincoln, town of West Lincoln. And throughout 2024, Legionville was in touch with town staff just to check in on the progress of the CIP and when support for the project might be available. And we were eventually told last year that unfortunately the CIP program was going to be delayed due to budget constraints. And after recent discussion with town staff, it looks like the CIP may be moving forward this year, and that's what we're hoping for. We understand that the rollout timeline for the program is unknown, and we don't want to stall out on the project waiting for a CIP, waiting for financial support. Legionville wants to keep moving forward. So the intention is to, say for zoning application, site plan application, Legionville will submit their applications, pay those fees up front, with the hope that there might be a mechanism in place in a CIP to allow for retroactive fee waivers or reimbursement. So Legionville can use that money to pay for other costs like we discussed. And I thought I might so I am working with other groups across Niagara on similar projects. So the same types of organizations, charities, nonprofits, two of which are ahead of Legionville in terms of project status, and one is at about the same level. And just wanted to show some examples of what other municipalities have put forward and what's been required to help make these projects work financially. So the first one is Chestnut Street in Port Colborne. So that's Port Cares is the group that I've been working with there. And it's been a fantastic build. We're actually about 3 weeks away from occupancy. And the town stepped up in a big way. They donated land for the project, planning fee waivers, development charge waivers. They helped with a bit of the land planning costs as well. They've been a really good partner, and expedited approvals as well have really helped on that. Because that project was through Rapid Housing Initiative, so the timeline was pretty tight. So the expedited approvals were greatly appreciated. The second project is Lyons Douglas Heights in Fort Erie, and we're probably looking at summer this year to break ground on that project. And the town of Fort Erie has been really helpful. Planning fee waivers, parkland fee waivers, development charges. They helped with archaeological study, and hoping for expedited approvals there as well. And the city of Niagara Falls, recently, last year, the staff brought a recommendation to council to support the project fully through an existing CIP that the city does have. And you can see here that they agreed to full waivers on development charges, planning fees, permit fees, that sort of thing. And we did provide a staff recommendation report to West Lincoln staff, just as an example of what may or may not be included in a future CIP here, or what might be helpful. And just in closing, again, we really appreciate the opportunity to be here, to be able to present and hopefully gain some support for the project. It really is challenging, like I said, for a project like this to move forward. So any support that can be garnered goes a long way. Like Nancy mentioned, the data is really showing affordable housing crisis across Niagara and West Lincoln. It's getting worse. And a group like Legion Villa, a nonprofit, a charity group, as per their mandate, they want to help, and they do need help to do it. They need government assistance. So thanks very much, and we'll take any questions you might have.
Okay. So I'm going to start by just thanking you. I remember when you came the last time, and it was much vaguer presentation. The details were lacking, and we really weren't sure exactly how we were going to be able to deal with that. So congratulations on how much work you have done since the last time you were here, and thank you for a much more detailed report. So members of council, is there anybody who has a question or concern about this report? Okay, Councillor Maychak, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just first of all, I want to thank you as well. And while I was campaigning, I had the opportunity to meet your residents and was very impressed by the contribution they have made to West Lincoln. So I just wanted to say thanks to your residents for all they've done for this community. I just wanted to get a sense, Nancy, you mentioned a 8-year waiting period to get in. Let's say hypothetically this gets built. How much will that cut down that waiting list?
That's a little bit hard to determine, but it will put 52 more units right into this community. And what we have now are 62. So we're almost doubling what we have.
Okay. Excellent. One last question, and it might be premature as well, but in terms of costs, what do you believe it may cost based on the size and scope of this project? And just to give me an idea, being a new member of council, generally you mentioned Fort Erie and some other projects. What would be the breakdown in terms of the funding, in terms of expectation of how it could be paid for and what that may look like? Thank you.
Yeah, through your chair, really good questions, and luckily we came with some answers because, like I said, I've been working on several of these projects over the last few years, and it's helpful to have projects ahead of the game, and we can bring the knowledge, lessons learned from those to Legion Villa, and then we'll do the same thing when Legion Villa is done. We'll carry that forward. So all the figures we're using are based on real-time numbers, capital costs, land costs, rent rates, that sort of thing. So overall capital budget we'd be looking for right now at this time. Again, things can change pretty quickly, but most likely all in development costs were around $25 million for a 52-unit build. And from hard costs, we're probably in the 20, let's see, we'll say $18 to $20 million range by the time we actually break ground. So that's in terms of affordability as well. So the current idea is to have roughly 50% of the units as deeply affordable, and by that we mean 70% or less or below. Sorry. So if you have your average market rent set by CMHC, right now a one-bedroom's $1,230. So deeply affordable is 70% of that AMR or less. And we have 25 of the units targeted at that right now. Another 25% are going to be at that CMHC average market rent, which in reality is probably lower than what the real market rent is. And then the remaining 25% of the building is going to come in at about 115 to 120% of average market rent, which is probably what the real market rents are in a given area.
Okay, Councillor, is that satisfactory? Okay, thank you. Councillor Chichok.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and thank you very much for the presentation. It's nice to see that it is a project that may come to fruition sooner rather than later. I do have to say, though, that, you know, these waiting lists are getting kind of scary. It takes a family to know when they're going to have a child before they have it to get into a daycare, and then it takes 8 years to get into Legion Villa, 5 to 7 to get into long-term care. I sure hope Santa and God have shorter lists at those pearly gates. So I congratulate you for the persistence that you've continued to show. At our 2023 meeting, we talked about the fact that changes were happening at the province, and maybe, Madam Mayor, through you to our director, I believe there have been changes made to the development charges and other fees that allow not-for-profits, we're required to provide them with a waiver for those fees. I just wondered if maybe we could just elaborate on that.
So, Director Burma.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Councillor Chichok, through Bill 23, the province did make some additional exemptions through the Development Charges Act, which exempt affordable and attainable units, as long as they meet certain criteria. I believe Gord's can speak to that, if all of these units would be eligible for those development charge credits or not, or exemptions, or if just a portion of them are. That's only one component. Development charges, there's, I believe through their presentation, they also showed that the building permit fees, which are not included in the Development Charges Act, as well as the planning fees, which are separate as well.
So, thank you. Thank you. Just to follow up to that, Madam Mayor, and through you again to the director. So in other words, Fort Erie and all those others have been following Bill 23, and we will too. But have we gotten to that stage with this development to know the financial logistics so that we can, are we at the point where we could say, yes, this will fully qualify, or will that be a little bit later in the timeline?
Through the mayor once again, we've had some preliminary information and discussions with Niagara Regional Housing, who's a partner with that, and it would appear that some of these units are eligible for that exemption, but we don't, I believe, know that until the time of building permit, or time that we're a little bit farther along in the process for sure. I think we're at quite an early stage right now to say that for sure, but I believe that that's their target, is to achieve those exemptions.
So just to make sure that everybody understands, Madam Mayor, through you, I would say that if it's in legislation by the province in Bill 23, we sure are going to follow it. So anything that's eligible will have an exemption on the DCs. And then the decision for this council and this community is to what extent can we afford to offer a grant or for parkland dedication, which is right downtown beside a park that's already there. So we'd be using it as cash in lieu. So we might, that's a consideration we'll have to make, as well as the planning fees and various other things for inspections, et cetera. So that'll come up as we move along down the road for this application. Is that correct? Through you, Madam Mayor.
That is correct. We've had 2 pre-consultations with Legion Villa so far, so we got a pretty good understanding of what the proposal is and what applications are needed. So just to quickly elaborate, one of the applications needed is a zoning amendment, and That's because the existing zoning on the property limits the property to basically the number of units that are there right now, 32. So they need a zoning amendment to go higher than that, as well as a site plan application, since based on the type of use that's being proposed. So that's the nature of the applications that they still need to do in addition to the building permits and those fees.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I believe that as this comes forward, we'll have plenty of time to discuss and look at the amount of fees that are required and what this council could do. Thank you.
Councillor Broderick.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much for your presentation. Nancy, unfortunately, I can imagine specific people when you talked about their search for affordable housing and how difficult that is. So this is something that's needed in all communities, in particular West Lincoln. I know when you did the presentation in 2023, there was a bit of discussion around some community partnerships. And I know it's still very preliminary, but wondered if Gord or Nancy could update us, if anything, on any discussions with other community organizations.
Yeah, through you, Chair. The way that planning's been going, like I said, we got bogged down with some land planning issues and ownership issues that have all been resolved now, but that it kind of put the brakes on moving ahead with the community partnerships. I think that's going to be part of the next stage. Ultimately, the design of the building is going to include for common space on the main floor that's for tenant use, but what's common practice for nonprofit providers is that they can use this space to allow for temporary for services to come in, say hygiene and tax preparation courses, and for seniors buildings a lot of time there are fraud courses that come in, so different people can come in to the building and provide courses in education and health services to tenants, but there's nothing permanently in the building. That's the idea.
And thank you very much. And through you, Mayor, like I said, it's probably very preliminary, but I just wanted to put that forward so it's still in the forefront, and know that it's important to myself and this council that we see, perhaps some partnership opportunities open up with such a specific age group and an important, growth opportunity for our community. Thank you.
Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess through you to the presenters, as everyone else mentioned, thank you very much, and thank you for keeping this going. I see Peggy's in the back room there, and she's been a champion by all means. Anytime we cross paths, it's always something she brings up and talks regularly. I think this is such an important thing in our community to achieve at some point, and I'm kind of curious if when the conversation really needs to start taking place, Madam Mayor, regarding what needs to happen with the CIP that's to come. We have many different growth opportunities happening throughout. We want to make sure we don't lose momentum with opportunities like this. And so I guess maybe through you to our Director of Finance, if maybe she could shed some light on if she's even aware of it at this point, what the current shape of our CIP is looking like, and what we're going to have to, what targets we're going to have to hit to get it to where it needs to be able to fund this, if that's even capable of doing at this point. I just want to make sure that we're being realistic, but my biggest concern is if we aren't adequately working towards achieving the necessary funds in that thing, are we going to be holding this up in some capacity, and what impacts does that have? So I feel like it's a bigger conversation we need to have sooner rather than later.
And probably larger to that, but more in line with that, is the fact that whether we have a CIP or whether we don't, if we're saying, okay, we grant you this,
Yeah.
and you no longer have to pay those fees, we are still ultimately responsible for the funding of some of that.
Absolutely.
So if we are, people are under the impression that it just means it's not money coming into the municipality. They aren't always aware that we still have to cover the costs of those.
This resource,
And so I think that's what needs to be worked out, whether we call it a CIP or whatever we
how it's
call
gonna
it.
be
We
funded.
still need to, through our budgeting process, work on that. So I think our heart probably is with you. We need to see where our budget is as we move forward with our budget. And we will probably commit to trying to find a way to make sure that we can do this. But the notion that it's just money that the town doesn't get is inaccurate, because we still, planning has to fund those fees, and the kinds of things you pay offset the cost of having a department, having that work done. And so they need to be paid. Those various things need to be covered cost-wise, no matter how we find those costs. So that, I think, further to your
Absolutely,
point, is
no,
what we need to
it's-
explore. This is not the meeting for that, but we will soon be starting budget, again, looking at all of those deliberations, as soon as that budget will be presented to us at the end of this month, and we'll be working on it in February. And so I would say thank you for your presentation. We're very close to being able to give you definitive answers, but tonight, probably we can just tell you that it sounds like most people are very appreciative of what you've done. Certainly are happier with your presentation this time. That's much, much more detailed. And we would love to see this project move forward. We just have to find our way.
Through you, Chair, sorry, I was just going to, if I could, just touch on the DC question that was asked, the development charge question, Bill 23. I can give real-time example of how it's been rolled out and how it's worked on projects that I'm on currently. So the Port Cares and Lyons Douglas projects both have full development charge waivers through Bill 23, and it was just a matter of speaking with the regional planning department and the municipal planning department, showing that group or that project checked the boxes. And in all of the cases of the projects I'm on, the boxes are: is it a nonprofit or charity organization? Yes. Do the overall rent rates of the building, the overall average rent of the building, is it below the threshold in Bill 23? Yes. That was it. DCs are waived.
So further to that, Mr. Sazi, I'm just going to say, though, that at the regional level, that money still needs to be accounted for.
No, I understand that. I just wanted to explain how the process works.
Our checking of the
That's all.
boxes is one thing. We could check those. We probably could check the boxes tonight. I think you've proven your point from that perspective. What we need to do is anticipate how that fits into the budget of the Township of West Lincoln.
Fully
and I will
understand,
say to you, although your ask for us is much, much smaller than the 3 that you gave us, it doesn't take very much, less than that amount, certainly well less than that amount, to change our tax levy 1%. So where we find that from our taxpayers is what we need to figure out independently from what you've asked. What you've asked is fair. What you've asked for certainly fits within the parameters of what the government is looking for. It fits within what we know our township needs. It's just a matter of us finding the way that we're going to deal with that.
If I may, Madam Mayor.
Councilor
No, well said. Honestly, I think, it's very clear that this council would like to support this every way we can, fiscally speaking and just, morally speaking. I guess my question to you, Madam Mayor, is this something that maybe we could refer? I know there's no resolution here to refer, but is this something that we can maybe have staff take in consideration when they put their a la carte together for the current budget that's to come in February, and kind of let us know where it would fit in terms if we were to support this year? Because the biggest thing is, as we know, any kind of holdup is going to slow this down, or has the potential of slowing it down, or they're not for profit, so they only have so much resource available at any given time. And so I just want to make sure that this isn't something that's constantly backburned, or not, they're having to constantly chase us. I would like us to see, so we can kind of even show, hey, listen, this is what this budget looks like, and if they can say, if we're going to support this year, this is how we would support it within the current framework that's going to be presented to us in February. So my ask to you, I guess, maybe to the CAO, is that something that you guys can kind of take in consideration, or would you require a motion, or is this something that we can kind of just keep conversation going?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, the funding for the CIP is going to be proposed in the draft 2025 budget again. The nuts and bolts of how that translates is going to be part of the work in developing the CIP. So it is certainly something I know Growth and Sustainability is aware of, and we're planning, once we get council approval, to try to expedite this CIP as soon as possible.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Chichok again, second time?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, for that, allowing that second time. It just struck me in listening to some of the things that we're worried about on capacity and how we will fund this, that through you, Madam Mayor, since our Director of Engineering is here, it would be good to ensure that we know whether or not the servicing to the property line has the capacity to take on these extra units. So often, I've heard, and even recently in our own fine town, that we were all the way to the altar, but then the capacity wasn't there. So if we don't know that tonight, I want to make sure we do, so that there isn't a delay somewhere down the line.
So Director DePaula, do you have a response for that?
Yeah, through the mayor to Councilor Chichuk, as the presenter has mentioned that they've went through a couple pre-construction meetings, and at the time of those pre-con meetings, our engineering staff had asked for servicing and grading plans from their design consultants or engineering consultants, as well as a servicing brief so that we have an opportunity to review the proposed water demand and the flows to our sanitary sewer that this development will occur and how they're going to handle stormwater. So that'll be part of the whole planning process. It's early in the stages, but we have asked for that information. They're aware of that information, and we will work with them.
That's great. I love that. I'm just hoping that we don't have to put in a 12-inch pipe where there's a 6-inch pipe.
I'll take that as a rhetorical question.
Good response, Director. Okay, anything further from members of council? Okay. So thank you. Thank you for your time this evening. We will get back to you as soon as possible. And certainly because you've had 2 pre-consultation meetings with our staff, and now you've made a public presentation to members of council, I think that pretty much guarantees that we're on moving forward as far as we can. So thank you. Thank you for your work on this, all of you, and thank you to your committee as well. Okay, that's going to move us into our public meetings for this evening. And the purpose of this first public meeting, it's a public meeting to consider an extension for a temporary use bylaw, an application for an extension to a temporary use bylaw, Bylaw 2024-10-T13, Mr. Larry Pomerantz, agent on behalf of Mr. Giovanni DeFlavio, owner, file number 1601-010-23, 9127 Regional Road 20. So the Planning Act requires in Section 34, subsection 12, and Section 39, subsection 1 and 3, that before extending a temporary use bylaw, Council must hold at least one public meeting for the purpose of informing the public in respect of the extension. The purpose of this public meeting is to receive comments and answer questions from the public regarding the extension. We stress that at this point, no decision has been made on the request for an extension of the temporary use, and any comments received will be taken into account by Council in their consideration. The Planning Act requires, through Section 34, subsection 13, that Council advise the public that if a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Township of West Lincoln before the bylaw is passed, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of Council for the Township of West Lincoln to the Ontario Land Tribunal, or OLT. So I'm going to ask the clerk if you please advise the method and dates by which notice of the public meeting was given.
Proper notice was given by way of email circulation to agencies and mail circulation to all residents within 120 meters of the subject property on December 10th, 2024. Public notice was also posted to the subject property on December 10th, 2024.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So I'm going to ask Senior Planner Susan Smythe to please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. So Susan, if you'll come forward, please.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Committee and Council, and members of the public. I'm here to present the report that pertains to the request for the extension of the temporary use, referred as T-13, for outdoor storage of rain barrels and composters. This pertains to file reference as 1601-010-23 for temporary use bylaw. For some history, the application for this temporary use came before Planning Committee roughly 1 year ago on January 15th, 2014. And the information report with the specific details can be found in Report PD 01-2024. The application has been submitted by Mr. Larry Pomerantz, who is the acting agent on behalf of the owner, Mr. Giovanni Di Flavio. The subject lands are located at 9127 Regional Road 20 in the Fulton Hamlet area. The temporary use is for an outdoor storage area consisting of 0.97 hectares or 2.4 acres and roughly represents 5% of the total lot area for this rain barrel composter outdoor storage area. A recommendation report was presented by staff on February 12th, 2024, and the full details are found in the report PD 07-2024. Council approval of bylaw 2024-10 was received on February 26, 2024, as noted as T-13, although there was a reduced length of the temporary use from the staff's recommendation of 18 months to 12 months and subject to a temporary use agreement. There were no appeals on this bylaw. The temporary use agreement was signed and registered to the property on March 18th, 2024, and identified conditions to be satisfied within the 12-month timeframe, one of which was the security for $20,000 to ensure drainage and grading works and improvements to the berm to be completed, and another security amount of $5,000, which was to be provided to reinstate to the previous use and remove the barrels and composters if contravention of the bylaw. Staff note that the grading and drainage plan was provided via email by the agent on July 19th, 2024, approximately 5 months after approval, and identified as Attachment 1 to this report. Staff reviewed the plan and provided approval on August 8th of 2024. A site visit was completed on December 17th, 2024, and staff can confirm that the required site grading and drainage works, including the improvements to the berm, as per the approved plans, were not completed, as well as the landscape and tree buffer was not installed, which is in contravention of the temporary use agreement. This application was submitted by the agent requesting an extension of 3 years of this temporary use or until the Fulton Rural Employment Land Use Study is completed to determine if this would be a feasible use in the rural employment area. I can report that the project for the Fulton Rural Employment Land Use Study was awarded late December and is underway with anticipation of a recommendation later this year. I do want to point out that staff did receive a planning opinion letter from the agents and the owner's planning consultant late last week and was not included in this report. But the planning consultant, Mr. Michael Sullivan, is here to present and provide more information on the application. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am going to ask then if the applicant or their authorized agent is present to speak to this application, and if so, if he'd come forward now, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mike Sullivan. I'm a planner with Land Pro Planning Solutions in St. Catharines, and I'm here to represent Mr. Pomerantz. Thank you to Susan for the update on the report. It sounds like there was some conditions of the temporary use agreement that were not fulfilled at this point. Part of my role here is to understand the situation and to recommend some solutions solution for going ahead. My client is asking, we were retained in January, just so everyone understands, about a month ago at this point, when this matter was scheduled to come before council for consideration. So what I understand at this point, and staff can correct me on this one, is we're looking for an extension of the agreement. The extension of the agreement would allow my client to continue using or operating his business of this property under the temporary use agreement, and that would intersect with the completion of the Fulton employment study and whatever the township decides in terms of designation and zoning for that property, which the OPA and the rezoning are the outcomes of that study, I understand. We're not asking for rezoning. We're not asking for change in land use. We're simply asking for an extension of the agreement and to coincide with the Fulton plan. So I would note that those two matters to us are to me at least, are unrelated. That's the first thing. There's no, as the planner noted, there's no known public comment on this property. I have not received any public comment or any complaints on it. And in my view, there's no risk to the township of extending the agreement. The issue, as I understand, is that there are some compliance issues with the agreement, which can be resolved. And Mr. Pomerantz is here to address. That's everything from my point. Mr. Pomerantz is here to answer any further questions operationally.
Thank you. Mr. Pomerantz, are you just going to answer questions, or did you wish to speak?
I'm happy to answer questions.
Okay, so can we go then at this point? Okay, so if there's nothing further, the next portion is asking the public, and then it's council. So I think we'll continue in the order that our public meeting should go, and just stay tuned, and we'll get back to you knowing that you're willing to do that. Because as we follow through on this, we're asking if there are any oral or written submissions from anyone present in the meeting, either in person or on Zoom, regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. And so we do have a number of people in the audience, so I'm going to ask if there's anyone present tonight that wishes to speak to this application at this time. Okay, so if so, then would you come forward, please? This is the opportunity for neighbors or other members of the public to make comments about this application. Mr. Sullivan has said that there have been no public comments to his knowledge, so if there are public comments, now is the time. Either pro or con, I guess I should add. So we need to know your name and address, please, and then you can go ahead.
Okay, my name's Rhonda Tuckett. I live at 9058 Regional Road 20, directly south of the property in discussion.
Thank you.
So I've lived there for 20 years. When I moved there, I used to be able to go from east to west of my property with a snowmobile with zero problems. Over the years, they've built on this property, a berm has been built, as you know, and that has created so much runoff that I now own a very large ditch. It's about 3 feet deep, 4 feet wide, and it runs north to south. That was just because of the berm. Now, with these plastic barrels, they do not absorb water. They are going to create even more runoff. This new ditch that I own is now going to end up into 20 Mile Creek. Should a fire or anything on that property happen, all of that runoff is going to go in through my property down to 20 Mile Creek. I've heard council say before that it is a natural waterway. It is not. It was not there prior to that berm. So my concern is with these plastic barrels, all this water, this ditch is just getting wider and deeper every year. 3 more years, I'm going to own a ditch, not a land.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, and regarding the water.
You're still there, so you
Thank you.
continue.
I almost forgot. There was a trench that has been dug from that field to the ditch on Highway 20 on the north side. So the water is supposed to run north, to my understanding. It is now being aided in going south yet again further. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Before I let you go, that's good? You've got
I'm
it
good now.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else who wishes to speak to this concern? Okay, please come forward. And again, your name and address, please, and then go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, my name is John Vukovic. I'm from 9480 Regional 20. I'm a farmer around the area, and over the years, 50 years of farming, we purchased land and maintain the land and respect West Lincoln and respect other people's lands. When Mr. Pomerantz came in, the property was already a disgrace, but he just made it a much more of a fun pit there. And he has created a major environmental impact, which it will affect other lands, the creek. Reason why I'm speaking, because my liability is on the land. Any lands that we farm, we have to throw our liability on there. But his liability is going to be becoming my problem. And that's why I'm really faced with a major situation here, and I hope the township will really look at this, because if there is any kind of consequences that are going to happen, we're not going to be talking thousands, we're going to be talking millions. And whose liability is going to cover that? So if my liability gets affected, then I have to sue somebody, or my insurance has to sue somebody. So, and as he started, like, he basically just about filled the place up already. He's got maybe another month or two. I drive by there 4 or 5 times a day because we have another operation down the road, and you see trucks coming in, but you don't see nothing coming out. So is this a dump site, or what is this? That's my question. All right, and he does have a waste management business, as we know, in Fonthill, right? And he has got other businesses around, so he's taking bids and bringing it stuff here. Why doesn't he bring it to his other sites? You know, why is West Lincoln a dump site right now? And that's my main concern.
Thank you, Mr. Vukovic. I know that you are a substantial farmer in West Lincoln. I appreciate your input. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak to this? Once again, please, your name and your address. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lillian Josick. I live in Hamilton, but I own property down the road at 9031 Regional Road 20.
Thank you.
Our family has owned that property for decades, and as I said at the last meeting, I plan to make West Lincoln my home. And I'm all there for recycling, but I'm not for any dumps. Driving by the property, I was shocked to see a horrible sight of barrels. Barrels piled, there were more than 10 on top of each other, and that's not what I understood was going to be happening. I took photos of some of these, and it's disgusting. The barrels are black, which are not food grade. Food grade plastics are usually white or black or blue, naturally UV resistant. Black barrels are likely to contain toxins. Polystyrene, black plastics, number 3 PVC, and number 7 PC plastics are a mix, mostly toxic and hard to recycle. Is this what's being stored? I don't know. The barrels have got to go. These are the photos that I took. I can have them passed around. You can see that they're more.
And may the clerk keep those for our records? Thank you.
I can certainly give it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're all for recycling and for healthy living, and this is not how I want to see my neighborhood. Even our black plastics that we have in our kitchens, we need to get rid of. They contain toxic materials. I don't want to see a dump. I'd rather see a park.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ours comes in a minute, okay? Yeah. So good evening. Same rule. Name and address, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Mark Dorsum. I live on Allen Road. I've been a resident here for just over 35 years. I work in commercial construction. I'm looking at this and I'm asking myself, has there been any MOE inspections with regard to the property to ensure that what is being stored there is meeting codes? Is there a firefighting plan that has been presented to council if anything were to occur? Watershed testing by the ministry certifying the runoff, a traffic plan, source of origin for where the barrels are coming from to be certified so that we actually understand. You know, saying that they're for water is great. Where did they come from? What was in them before? And certify that. Bills of lading, source of materials, obviously to meet MOE standards. The size of 2.4 acres. The pictures you have there and driving by the site, I'm wondering if it hasn't already been exceeded. And what is it going to look like 3 years from now if they don't even have the room, or they've used the room that they have now. And a final note that I wrote for myself, with all the standing water that we're all talking about, West Niles. It's certainly a problem. It's more prevalent. And what would happen to our community if something like this became an issue? These are all considerations, I think, prior to talking about an extension. What's the exit cleanup plan? Has any exit cleanup plan been presented to council?
Okay.
And if there are township or MOE inspections, how often? And who are they reporting them to?
Okay. All good questions. Thank you, Mr. Dorson. Is there anything further that you want to say?
No.
Thank you for
Thank
all
you
of
for
those-
your time, council.
Thank you for those points. Is there anyone else then who wishes to speak? I think we have somebody else coming.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You'll have to excuse my unshaven appearance. I just got back from a hunting trip up north, and I just rushed here.
Well, I'm
because
glad
it's
that you're here. Again, we need your name and your address, please, sir.
Alex Josick, and I live at 83 Mill Pond Road in Niagara-on-the-Lake. I own the property next door to the DeFlavio farm there, and I'll be quite honest with you. I was really shocked that this temporary use was approved last year. Everybody that's has knowledge of this knows that things that are being presented are not so. And to give you a little bit of a background in terms of what's actually going on there, Mr. Pomerantz, who is in the waste disposal business, has made the deal of a century. He found a naive landowner who's agreed to allow him to dump these items on his property, and he pays zero rent for doing this, under the guise that at some point in the future, he's going to buy the property. Now think, if you're in the waste disposal business, wouldn't it be genius if you could get paid to remove items and find a place to put them for free and have 3 years to pile it up on 50 acres for free? How much money would you make off that? Quite a bit. And at the expense of the town of West Lincoln, all the people that live in the area. And he's going to walk away from that. He's not going to buy that property after that. He's just going to say things changed. Can't do it. And you're going to have 50 acres of barrels. How many barrels can you fit on 50 acres? From who knows where? Do you remember Love Canal? In Buffalo? You're going to... Apparently that happened here in Smithville. I didn't even know that, but years ago. We have to stop this. This is crazy. Absolutely crazy. This guy doesn't live here. He has no economic interest here. He's not going to buy the land. He's not producing any economic aggregate. I own the property next door. I've been doing work on it. I want to make an economic investment into the community, a real economic investment, and create something and bring jobs here and bring economic vitality. I can't do it with a dump beside me, not to mention the legal or the all kinds of liabilities that come with it. When we go to eat, like when we go to Starbucks, wherever, we don't get like plastic straws anymore. Even your utensils are made out of wood for a reason. Plastics are destroying the environment. So if you have plastics piled up to the sky, leaching into the water supply, leaching into, the nature there, What's that going to do? Apart from the fire hazard, the long-term effects on the environment alone, it's crazy. A new zoning bylaw for that area should be put into place, and in that zoning bylaw, it should be made that you can't do this. There should be warehousing there. There should be proper businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we've had several speakers. I'm going to make one last call. Is there somebody who has? I think I'll allow it. Usually it's just one, but if you have another piece that you've forgotten, I think we need to hear everything that people have to say. Thank you.
From the last meeting, I think I recall that the liability was on the landowner and not on Larry. And I think that's important for you to take into consideration. A very important point.
Okay, so you know that there's not a decision being made tonight, and which is why I allowed you to come back, because I think this committee needs to hear from everybody in the room who wishes to speak. So thank you for adding that piece.
And I feel for the landowner who has contributed to this community and with his taxes and all, and for it to be left to have to clean up that.
Thank you very much. Okay, this will be the last call then. Is there anybody left in the room who has not spoken and wishes to speak to this item? Okay, thank you then. So now I'm going to move on past the public submissions. That was the last opportunity, right? Okay. And I'm going to go to members of committee and now ask, first of all, I guess I need to go to you, Kevin. Is there anyone online per chance? I didn't see anybody, but just in case.
Not seeing any, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you so much for that then. So I'm going to now go to members of committee. Do any members of committee have any oral or written submissions on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? Please note that members of committee must also make their comments now, as the OLT may not consider comments made at any other council or committee meeting on this topic. Any member of council wishing to speak is required to unmute their microphone to talk, and once they're finished, once again, remute their microphone. So, Councillor Trombetta, I'll give you first opportunity.
Madam Mayor, through you to, well, I guess I've got a few comments, but I'm going to save it for obviously, more of my comments for when the technical report does come to us. Through you, Madam Mayor, the owner's agent mentioned that there were some problems with the site agreement. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director of Planning, what were some of the issues with the site agreement? If you could please state it to the members of council and the mayor, please.
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Trombetta. The majority of the grading work, the sediment and erosion control, and the stormwater control works were not completed as of December. There were some tree plantings required for screening, which were not completed as of that December date when staff did a site visit. That's on the top of my head, that those were the main deficiencies. That agreement was mostly centered around grading and drainage works. With the understanding that if this use were to be permitted as part of the Fulton Employment Land Use Plan, a full site plan detailing all aspects of the use would be considered through that full site plan. So it was a simpler, lighter agreement that was done with the owner.
Okay, so there's been multiple, I guess, infractions on the site agreement that's not been taking place in the past year since this was approved last year, correct? Also, it was stated by the owner's agent that they haven't heard complaints. Through you, Madam Mayor, to Director of Planning, have there been multiple complaints on the property?
Through the mayor to Councillor Trombetta, I can't confirm that at this time if we've received any formal complaints since I've only taken on the role of acting since October, so I can only speak since then. There have been no formal complaints submitted, although as part of since October, since I've taken on the position, but through this process, a number of residents have reached out and called, but did not submit formal written concerns.
So my whole point was there has been, residents reaching out, especially to myself, and I know I've spoken with the director of planning, I know he has actually went out there on occasion to kind of view the site on multiple occasions, I think, because of some issues that were there. You know, I'm going to save my comments more to the end, but I'm just going to break it brief because I know other members of committee would like to speak to this. You know, we've experienced this before in especially in Ward 1, where we hear a presentation come in, and they show us their ideas and how it's going to transpire, and then it falls back that the site agreement gets, I guess I would lack for better words, forgotten about, or they don't finish it, and then we have nothing but issues afterwards. And I guess I'm going to save more comments for later, but because I have to, obviously under the planning
Public meeting.
not to and then voice them later on. So I want to say a lot more, but I will save it for that. But we listen to these presentations, and then when the site agreement is not made or not completed, I don't know why. We're always going through these issues, and we have this, especially with these business owners in that area, Madam Mayor. So again, I'll save more for later. So I'll let members of the committee talk, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riley, I'll go to you next, and then Councillor.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not 100% sure who to address this question to. We heard mentioned briefly that, if should what had been said be true, I certainly feel for the landowner. As the municipality, we can only hold the landowners accountable. We can't necessarily hold private agreements or contracts between landowner and agents. We can't hold the agents accountable. So I guess my question through you, Madam Mayor, to whichever member of staff can speak to it, is my understanding correct? So one of the comments made was that this, allegedly this landowner's being taken advantage of in some capacity, or what that's the speculation. And I don't really see that there's a role that municipality can deal with in terms of that contractual agreement between them, however they come to the agreement of. But that seems to be some of their concerns, is that something's happening here, that they kind of feel that Township should try to get involved somehow. Is there a mechanism for us to be able to bring that landowner in and have them kind of present their side of it? We've not yet seen that landowner once on these meetings, and so we haven't really heard his side of the story. But at the same time, there seems to be enough suggestion that at least the residents here feel that there's an unfair advantage being taken of this individual, yet we haven't heard from this individual. So where does the municipality get to step in there? I don't really see how we can overreach, because it'd be considered, you're right, it'd be considered government overreach at that point. But at the same time, is there a mechanism that we can reach out and say, hey, listen, this is because their property is the one in question, their name's being brought up every time there's a public meeting. Are they not required in some capacity maybe come forward or provide a statement to the township of their position on the matter?
Okay, thank you. So Councillor Turnbull has suggested that it might be a language barrier.
A language barrier, but it's still, if there could be like an interpreter or something like that, like somehow we got to be able to communicate. And I'm just wondering if some efforts can be made to communicate with them.
So I don't know that, and I don't know whether our new director knows that either, but go ahead, Garrett, please, if you have.
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that quite fully. What I can say is on the application, the property owner has signed the authorized agent form to Mr. Pomerantz. So through that signature, we have been dealing with Mr. Pomerantz, the owner, and now more recently his planner, Mr. Sullivan, as well.
Okay.
Okay, so this, again, ultimately comes back down to, I guess, the bigger concern is compliance. Last year we saw this, and I think as a sign of good faith, the council at that time moved forward with it. And so I guess my question to you, Madam Mayor, to our new director here is, considering this makes it through to a technical report, what measures can be taken to ensure compliance? Because I think what we asked last time wasn't sufficient in terms of security. So what other measures can be done to ensure what is met actually happens, and that there is no burden to the community directly? Should what had been suggested happen, and that this land gets left out to dry, in a matter of speaking, and we have to deal with the disposal of whatever's left there.
So, Councillor Riley, I think you're looking at when a recommendation report comes back, is that?
Correct.
Okay, so that probably needs to wait and not be part of this public meeting.
Okay, but so I want to make
which
sure.
is only a technical report, but if it.
Correct.
what will come back to us, if we will accept a technical report, because there's no decision.
Yes.
What will come back as a recommendation report, then we
So-
will talk about those
And to be a
items.
little bit clearer too, I guess what I'm seeking is that the assurance that that is going to be addressed in the report, and it's going to be an adequate amount of money, not a little bit of change in the pocket. So that is what I'm expressing, is to ensure that we have those accountability factors in there, because if we don't, then we're almost enabling
Right.
this.
So again, when it comes back as a recommendation report.
But I'm asking that to be part of that report. I know,
Okay,
but
but
this is our
we-
time to put our
No,
question
no,
and
this
answers
is.
and direction out,
Well,
right? So
no,
that's
no,
what we see in the
not about the
technical.
recommendation report. Then when that comes back to us, we will discuss that recommendation report when it comes back.
Yes.
And that will be the time that you will need to put all that information in.
Okay.
That will be your time to toughen it up if that's what you want, or to say yay or nay.
But this is my time to express
No.
what I hope to see in that stuff, because this is what stuff comes, everything that gets said today gets taken away, and then staff comes back, they do their fact finding, they bring everything up, and then they
Right.
present it to council,
Right.
right? And then from
Right.
there, we fine tune it. That's what I'm seeking.
I know what you think you're asking for, but this is still just, this public meeting, it's
Yeah.
still a public meeting, is just about this technical report.
Okay, I think we're getting
Okay.
hung up in the way how maybe I'm phrasing it.
I think
I'm
so,
just-
but
to
I
make it
think you've
clear-
made your point, so
Well,
that's
just to
okay.
ensure I made my point, I don't think you quite understand my point here, is that it's gonna be hard for me to support this if something like that is not part of that equation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rayner, did you want to weigh in on this, sir? I think I saw your hand a while back.
Yes, a lot of the questions have been answered, but from the mayor through to Garrett, was there not, I thought in the report that was read, there was a $20,000 deposit with regards to the berm and ditching work, is that not correct?
Through the mayor to Councilor Rayner, there were two separate deposits that were done as part of that original agreement. One was $20,000 as a security to ensure that the grading works were completed,
And the other's
or are
$5,000.
completed, and the other one was $5,000 as an effort to clean up the site if compliance cannot be achieved. So,
Okay, so what percentage of that site plan has been accomplished, in your opinion, since you've been on the site visit?
through the mayor to Councilor Rayner once again, I don't think we can put a percentage on. What I'll say is the typical process is the applicant would complete all the works, go back to their engineer who put the plan together, provide us with a letter saying all the works have been completed, or this is being completed, but this still is yet to be complete. And based on that, we would process a security reduction. We have not seen anything. Engineering staff did come on site with us as well and noted that the majority of the erosion and sediment control works and the grading works haven't been completed as per the plan, so. Yep.
Through the mayor to Garrett, and that was, I believe, approved on August the 8th?
Sorry. Yes, through you, Madam. Yes, engineering staff did approve the grading plan on August 8th.
Okay. Madam Mayor, if I may ask the consultant, Mr. Sullivan, to step forward, please.
Okay, go ahead. I think Mr. Sullivan replied that Mr. Pomerantz would answer questions, but
It's just that Mr. Sullivan indicated that, he threw me a curve initially. He said, I've just been hired past January, and I'm thinking, well, that's got to be 2024. But the impression I'm getting, and there's only 13 days in this year, that you were just hired. Am I correct, or were you right in what you said it was a year ago?
Madam Chair, I misspoke with January this year. It was actually the end of December last year. So it was very recent I was hired.
Okay, through Madam Mayor, through Mr. Sullivan, were you not concerned then, when you were approached, when this was coming up to council, that your client had not done the requirements that would have brought you forward tonight with a little more, unfortunately I have to say this, credibility to support your client's demands, instead of it appears to be a panic last minute, I'm in trouble, who do I get? This guy's available, here he is.
This doesn't seem. Thank you. Mr. Pomerantz approached me in December to represent his interest based on reading the temporary use agreement and based on my own research. I was not aware of the level of site plan, or the compliance with site plan. I was not aware of that. I did not have a chance to talk to staff about that. So I looked at the existing agreement, I looked at the property, and I tried to put two and two together and said, let's get an extension towards, I think the focus was on the Fulton employment plan and the site plan agreement, and trying to move forward with that.
Through Madam Mayor to Mr. Sullivan. So you felt that even though your client had not done the requirements that he agreed upon in order to secure the possibility of future usage of this property, you were still prepared to come here knowing that, asking for an extension, knowing that your client had not even followed the procedures that he was supposed to during the period of time he had it?
Madam Mayor, through the councillor, I was not aware of the level of non-compliance until tonight.
And you still, through you, Madam Mayor, you still feel comfortable asking this council to grant an extension, knowing that your client had failed to provide the necessities of supporting this to continue to work?
Madam Mayor, my client has reached out for professional assistance, which I'm hoping to provide, and I've listened to all the comments from the public. There are some issues there for sure. And I think that now that we're involved, my company is involved, we can lead him towards compliance.
Thank you.
Thank
Is that
you.
fine, Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the fire chief. Fire chief, you've seen pictures of this. Have you been to that facility? Have you seen what this facility looks like right now?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councilor Riley. Unfortunately, I have been off.
But you've seen the pictures tonight.
Very briefly. I'd have to look at pile sizes, height sizes, that kind of stuff. But I'd have to have discussions with acting chief.
Through you,
Officer
Madam
first.
Mayor, to the fire chief. We've had two very serious incidents in this province in the last 15, 20 years. One was the Hagersville tire fire that went on for 3 or 4 days, and then there was a plasmid fire in north end of Hamilton that went on for 4 days. This situation kind of reeks of a future almost like LA is in right now. We see something there that doesn't look pretty. If that catches fire for whatever reason, Fire Chief, do you have the necessary equipment to put out that vast amount of plastic material in a reasonable period of time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Rayner. That's a difficult question. It would take a substantial amount of foam, which I would have to reach out from other municipalities to obtain. We would be able to put the fire out, but it would take some time, yes.
That's my concern, Madam Mayor, through the Fire Chief, that this situation is growing bigger and bigger. And it only takes one bad incident to make this thing totally out of control, and a reflection of areas that have experienced this in the province in the past because they let it get to that point. I'm hoping we won't let it get to that point. It looks like it's past that point now. That we're just lucky it's winter. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so thank you, Councillor. But further to that, I have a couple of questions too. One is to Mr. Sullivan, and have you only looked at maps or have you visited the property, sir?
I have visited the property once,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Okay, thank you. And the other thing, Chief, I just, since you were drawn into this conversation as well, we do know that you've been off, and you know, Vice Chief Hofsink is not here.
No.
However, one of the questions raised by one of the residents was whether there's a firefighting plan, and that might be something that you might wish to discuss with your deputy, and no matter where this property stands, whether this is granted or whether it's not, that might be something that needs to be on your list of things to look at, so.
Through you, absolutely. I think the other comment that I can make is I have no knowledge or any complaints that has come to the fire service on this specific property.
Okay.
Directly.
Which doesn't mean we can't have a plan.
No,
with a
absolutely,
business,
absolutely.
With a business in our municipality.
I'm just saying,
right?
but nobody has reached out to the fire service
Okay.
Specifically for this
Okay.
property.
Thank you. Okay. Can I go to Councillor Bradrick and then come back to you, please? Okay, sorry, but I've been sort of jockeying, but I did see you both. Go ahead, Councillor Bradrick.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Through you to, I'm assuming, probably the Director of Growth and Sustainability or the planner, Ms. Smythe. Prior to last year when we granted this temporary use, Do you remember how tall the stacking could be, and does that still comply, or are we hedging over that?
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor. Yes, so in terms of the maximum height of the structure, it was not to exceed 30 feet. We went to the site, and it's hard to determine if it's there or exceeds. Yeah.
That's all. Thank you. Okay, now Councillor Chichok, we're back to you. A photo? Okay, if you just give that to the clerk, please, and then we'll... Okay, thank you.
I know because my property's right beside it. And also in terms of like people complaining, I, as John Vukovic, and other people have complained many times to Brian Treble, who's not here any longer. We've complained many, many times about this.
Thank you. Okay.
I don't know if we have to complain to everybody in the city, I don't know, but it's a problem. So when I hear these mischaracterizations of what's going on, it just drives me crazy.
Okay.
And in terms of protecting your landowner, there's a very easy way to protect it. You just don't allow the use, don't allow the temporary use. That's the easiest way to protect it. 'Cause
Okay.
he's not gaining anything from it.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Point well taken. Councillor Chichok.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure you'd seen me before we cut off questions.
Yeah, no, I wasn't stopping till we got to everybody, so
Got
thank
it.
you.
And I too will save a few of my questions. Thank you. How does that tell you it's 30 feet? Okay. I will save some of my questions until we actually deal with the report. But if I remember correctly, there was, the fire chief indicates there won't be a firefighting plan. But if I look back to that original report, there was no real need to look at a firefighting plan because there wasn't going to be that many barrels. So I've heard many concerns about this property, as I'm sure other councillors have. But everything about this was one truck in and they were going back out. Pretty much they were going to be ordered before they arrived.
Exactly.
So
the numbers were never to increase.
That's right. So I just wanted to make sure that the poor fire chief wasn't left out thinking, geez, did I miss something? Or any of our other staff, because this is a change of what it is that we were told a year ago, or thereabouts. And I guess in driving by, I've wondered, and through you, Madam Chair, to the appropriate person, we did ask for grading, we did ask for various other things to be done, but the berm seems to have grown. It seems longer and higher or something, or my car has lost air in its tires. But is the berm been worked on through you to our staff since last year? Has it extended and is it higher?
Mr. Borma, can you answer?
Yes, so maybe I can start and Senior Planner Susan can maybe finish, but it's very difficult to tell the size and scale. We have aerial imagery that's not up to date to show that scale yet, so it's hard to compare that compared to the grading plan that Ms. Smythe indicated that was approved back in August. So we don't know is I guess the answer to that until we have the applicant's engineer confirm that the works that were done on site are in compliance with the approved grading plan. Then we'll have some confidence that what was done on site is in accordance with that plan, which indicates the size of the area that's for that barrel storage zone.
Thank you. And Ms. Smythe, I'm not trying to not get you to speak, but I think that leads me to two other questions that might be better. I'd like to ask the applicant whether or not there has been additional loads of dirt, something going in.
So Mr. Pomerantz said he would answer questions. I think that means our questions too. So thank you for that. Okay. Mr. Pomerantz, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. There's been certainly a lot of complaints here tonight, and I'd like to address them all. Can we,
Madam Chair.
Question first, please.
Thank you.
not a problem. So has there been any changes to the berm?
No, let me finish. Has there been additional materials brought in that was used to change the berm?
Absolutely not.
Has there been, Mayor, I would like two follow-up questions, and that is, has there been additional material come into that site?
Absolutely not.
I see. Okay, so of the material that was brought into the site, through you, Madam Chair, was there environmental reports with each of the loads as is required now for materials being brought into agricultural sites? I know we have a site alteration.
Right.
And we can bring in soils or materials for farms, and that's up to about 40 loads a year. I haven't done it yet, so whatever it is, there's an allowance there, but I know that there must be a certificate saying that it's been cleared with the Ministry of the Environment. So I see a lot of debris around the ponding, et cetera, and kind of a funny color of water, but is there the materials that have been brought in to date, has there been the environmental certificates required to allow those site alterations to be done with materials brought in?
So not one pebble of material has been brought in since I've been involved with this property. Not one. Everything that is there was there. There's not been a single truckload of anything other than plastic barrels coming in.
So further to that, are materials being moved? Because it certainly looks different, Mr. Pomerantz, from the road even.
So we were granted the right to put in, to grade this and to put in a sediment pond. So that's the only work that's taken place on this, exactly based on the engineering company's design. I want to make it clear that Mr. Sullivan was hired to look at this property in regards to what its future could be. It was the engineering company that came in and gave us a plan that staff approved for moving forward with the grading plan and the stormwater, or the sediment and stormwater management plan. And I heard someone here ask what the percentage is that's completed. It's 99% of the plan is completed. There's two items that staff identified as not being complete. One is the trees. The trees are on site, but I'm not really sure, and I had a question for staff. I was not aware that I had to have the engineering company come back and approve everything, but, and I will do that, happy to do that. There were two items. One was trees. They had asked for some trees to be planted to present some cover for what's happening in behind. But we have a berm there. That berm is, it's just as it was, it's covered, it's got naturalization. It's always had naturalization. Whatever's growing out there was growing on this berm. If I plant trees there, those trees aren't going to come anywhere close to the height of that berm.
Okay, so we're not going to discuss whether you're doing that or not doing that tonight. Really questions, answers, not a defense of your position at this point in time. So I'm going to stop you there. If it's not compliant, it's not compliant, no matter what your reasoning is. Further questions, Councillor, please. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Well, it is that the berm was not graded, which was one of the non-compliance issues. So if the berm was not graded, any kind of naturalization, which is really just a successional bunch of weeds that will eventually grow into trees, and we had a 1 year opportunity for this company to prove themselves to have been in compliance, so that we would look at furtherance of a relationship with them, the Township, West Lincoln, and them. So I find it hard to believe that we were looking for a berm to be fully covered with things that were supposed to be in a plan if we hadn't even finished the grading, which would take anything that's on them away. So just a question for later. I just put that out there. But if the grading wasn't done and nothing has been brought in while this is happening, and you are sitting, and Mr. Pomerantz is sitting in the shoes of the owner, I see that we, to my colleague to my left, defense, I would say that at the appropriate time, we want to make sure that as we move forward to a technical report, that we are looking to Mr. Pomerantz as the owner of the property and needing substantial funds that are going to protect the township from what I sense is the start of perhaps some grading and some, the pond is full, but yet we've never inspected it. We've never determined its method of filling and or emptying. So I think we have some work to do there too, but we will do that a bit later. I guess I have a question about the barrels that probably should be directed to Mr. Pomerantz. In the plastic barrels, are they old or new? Because the comments of leaching have been brought up several times.
These are food-grade barrels that were used once to import olives, peppers, just food-grade products. So they're one-time used products. They are food-grade, which means they have the highest certification for against things like leaching, because our food products are in there, right?
Well, we're not getting into a discussion about food grade and
They are
whether or
used
not-
and they are food grade.
Okay, and can I ask the question about where we went off track, where we thought we were bringing in barrels that were going to go back out, just about the same time they came in?
Absolutely.
You can certainly ask Mr. Pomerantz that. That was his plea the last time, so I
Sure.
do remember
So
that.
I'm not sure where that is coming from exactly. This is a seasonal business. The barrels come in all year long, or most of the year, and they all go out between April and July. That's when the demand for them to go out is. So we only started, this was approved in February, I believe, and we were only permitted to start bringing things in after the appeal period was over. So we didn't start bringing things in until around the end of April, or sorry, the end of March, right? That's when things started to come in, right? And so what you're seeing right now is basically a year of collection of the material that we need for the upcoming year.
Again, Madam Mayor, I think I'll hold my questions and comments because I guess when you really only have a year, you wonder why you collected a year's worth that you might not ever ship out. Anyway, I'll ask those questions when we get to the actual report. I think my memory is being tested by Mr. Pomerantz, so I want to make sure my colleagues are of the same mind as I am on some of the things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is there anything further from any member of council on this topic? Councilor Maychak.
I'll just be quick. I'm just very sympathetic to the residents and their concerns, and I'm also very concerned about the lack of compliance and work that's been done, as outlined by staff.
I'd like to speak to that again, that we have 99% compliance. There are just two items. Trees, which are on-site, only need to be planted if it's agreed that they're needed, because they're really not needed. And
Well, that's your opinion, but you were asked to do them, sir. Okay, so this is
They're there
really-
in place.
Okay, so the counselor made his comment. This is not a rebuttal. It wasn't a question directly to you. You made your point about the trees, so thank you about that. Any other questions from members of council?
So, Madam Mayor, if I can ask maybe the clerk. So we've already had a public meeting once before, and at the time the council passed that temporary use bylaw. Are we, like tonight is another public meeting, are we required to actually pass another technical technical support so that another recommendation is done if council is of the opinion that it's a temporary use? The whole word temporary means it's not indefinite. So we've done this once. Now we have an extension. Are we required by the Municipal Act, or the Planning Act, I should say, to actually see this through to a technical report, or can we not support that? Should that be the will of council at this time? Normally, we're kind of forced to support these just because we go to that report stage. So I just want to know what our responsibility is.
Through the mayor to Councilor Riley and to the rest of council, this might be best served to the Director of Growth and Sustainability, as this might be outside of my realm of expertise.
Okay, thank you. If I could restrict that.
Director
Yes, not a problem. So an application has been received, so we have to deal with this application before council. If council chooses not to make a decision, which would be the path that would go forward if this report didn't go forward for a recommendation. If council chose not to make a decision, there could be an opportunity for them to appeal a non-decision of council. So that's, I guess, an option. However, it's probably preferred if council at least draws this to a application to a conclusion through making a decision as part of a recommendation report.
Okay, thank you. And again, the clarity is because we're doing it a second time around. I know it's each one's treated individual, right? So it's like almost like a new part of the process. So I just wanted to clarify that. So thank you.
Okay, fine. Good question. Okay, so I'm going to then draw this. Please be advised that a technical report is being considered by this committee this evening, and that a recommendation report will be forthcoming to a future committee and or council meeting. Please be advised that once committee and or council has made a decision with respect to this bylaw amendment, and if approved by council, a notice of its passing will be circulated with an appeal period. If you wish to be notified of council's decision, please ensure that you email the township clerk, Justin Paylov, at jpaylov@westlincoln.ca. Anyone who's interested in observing council and or committee discussions about a particular bylaw should not solely rely on mailed notices and thus potentially miss the opportunity to attend applicable meetings. It is suggested that you watch the township's website for posting of agendas to review items that will be discussed at council and or committee meetings. The agendas for meetings are posted on the township's website after 4 p.m. on the Friday prior to the meeting. Additionally, meeting schedules are also posted on the township's website for the public to view. If you wish to receive notices by email, it is suggested that you contact the township clerk to advise of your request and include your email address along with your mailing address and your phone number. So I'm going to say that this public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is concluded at the hour of 8:12 p.m. and bring this meeting to an end. Thank you very much. And that will take us this evening to our second public meeting. So again, the date of this public meeting is also January 13th. The purpose of this public meeting is to consider an application for a zoning bylaw amendment submitted by 7793 Yonge Street, Polydome Ontario Inc., Cerberus Engineering Group, Brandon Barnum Agent, file number 1601-013-24. I'll just wait a second until the gallery empties a bit. So the Planning Act requires in Section 34, subsection 12, and Section 39 that before passing a zoning bylaw amendment, council must hold at least one public meeting for the purpose of informing the public in respect of the application. The purpose of this public meeting is to receive comments and answer questions from the public regarding the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. We stress that at this point, no decision has been made on the proposed amendment, and any comments received will be taken into account by council in their consideration. In accordance with the Planning Act and the Ministry, the applicant or specified person, public body, or registered landowner of any land to which the bylaw amendment will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to council prior to the adoption and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the bylaw amendment to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Would the clerk please advise the method and dates by which notice of this public meeting was given?
Proper notice was given by way of email circulation to agencies and mail circulation to all residents within 120 meters of the subject property on December 4th, 2024. Public notice was also posted to the subject property, the township website, and the township administration building on December 4th, 2024.
Okay, so thank you. So we'll let Garrett go back into his seat, and then we'll Director of Growth and Sustainability, Garrett Vorma. Please explain the purpose and reason for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment.
Good evening, members of council. A zoning bylaw amendment application has been submitted for the properties of 7793 Yonge Street and 7880 Concession 7 Road. 7793 Yonge Street is located just east of Grassy Road and contains a local agricultural product manufacturing facility known as Agri-Plastics. In February of 2024, the owners applied for a severance application to sever 1.2 acres from the abutting farmland and add it to the business property to expand their use and to also contain a gravel parking lot that was serving the business. The owners have now applied to rezone both this 1.2 acre piece of land that was severed and merged from an agricultural A zone to an agriculture-related AR zone with a special exception number 51, which would match the existing zone of a portion of the existing business. East of the business, but on the same property, is a house as well as some open space and some ponds. That area too has just a straight agricultural zoning, which the owners are requesting to also zone to this agriculture-related 51 zone to allow for a future expansion to this manufacturing facility. The agricultural-related 51 zone, that's only on the middle portion of this property, where the business is, permits an industrial use limited to the manufacturing of agricultural-related plastic products. And it also contains a number of site-specific regulation changes regarding setbacks and lot coverage. The application has been circulated to the public, as the clerk had mentioned. At this time, staff have not received any comments from members of the public, neither at this stage or as part of the severance application. Staff have also circulated this application to agencies. The Region and Conservation Authority, namely, have provided written responses back that they have no objections to the application. If approved, the applicants would also need to complete a site plan application in order to address this lot boundary change, as well as to permit the expansion of the manufacturing facility. And they've already applied for this and are just waiting the outcome of the severance application and this zoning amendment. Administration recommends that a recommendation report be brought forward at a future committee or council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So is the applicant or their authorized agent present to speak to the application? Did you wish to come forward, or do you feel that's been represented well enough? Okay, thank you then. And so we've heard that there have been no public submissions so far. Is there anyone here? We have fewer people here now. Is there anyone that wishes to speak to this application? Anyone online, Kevin? Okay, so seeing none, I'd like to stress that this may be the only public meeting held with respect to this application. So if no one is attending virtually and nobody's in the audience, then we've covered that. And I'm going to move then to members of committee. Do any members of committee have any oral or written submissions on the proposed zoning bylaw amendment? Please note that members of committee must make their comments now, as the OLT may not consider comments made at any other council or committee meeting. So members of committee, are there any questions or comments regarding this application? Okay. So seeing none, I'm going to say, please be advised that a technical report is being considered by the committee this evening. Please be advised that once committee and/or council has made a decision with respect to the zoning bylaw amendment, and if approved by council, a notice of their passing will be circulated with an appeal period. If you wish to be notified of council's decision, please ensure that you email the township clerk, Justin Paylov, at jpaylov@westlincoln.ca. Anyone who is interested in observing council and/or committee discussions about a particular bylaw should not solely rely on mailed notices and thus potentially miss the opportunity to attend applicable meetings. It is suggested that you watch the township's website for the posting of agendas to review items that will be discussed at council and/or committee meetings. The agendas for meetings are posted on the township's website after 4 p.m. on the Friday prior to the meeting. And additionally, meeting schedules are also posted on the township's website for the public to view. If you wish to receive notices by email, it is suggested that you contact the township clerk to advise of your request and include your email address along with your mailing address and your phone number. And so, seeing nothing further, I'm going to declare that this public meeting with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is concluded at the hour of 8:19. So I'm sorry that your application was not first and that you needed to sit through that, but I will declare this meeting is adjourned also. I will just say that the ordering was random. Okay, so our gallery has emptied out considerably, but I'm going to still make note of number 7, the request to address items on the agenda. 1 hour in total, it shall be allocated for this section of the agenda, and each individual person will be provided 5 minutes to address their issue, and some exceptions certainly apply. So I don't see anybody in the gallery left that might want to address something on this agenda, but is there anyone online, Kevin?
Not seeing any, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you for that. So there are no consent agenda items this evening, and there are no communications, which takes us to Staff Report 10.1, which is the Director of Growth and Sustainability, Garrett Borma, and Senior Planner, Madison Etzel, Technical Report PD-01-2025, the application for zoning bylaw amendment, 7880 Concession 7 Road and 7793 Young Street. And Councillor Bradrick, that resolution may not have shown up on yours, but it is under your name. So I know if you printed the agenda out, we realize that the movers weren't there, but they are on the e-scribe. It's not there?
You just got to click on the item.
Yeah.
So it's 10.1?
10.1, yes. I'm sorry.
No worries. So Director of Growth and Sustainability, recommendation 1, that Technical Report PD 01-2025 titled Application for Zoning Bylaw Amendment 7880 Concession 7 Road and 7793 Young Street dated January 13th, 2025 be received, and that a recommendation report be submitted to a future committee meeting once a full administration and agency staff has been completed.
Okay, thank you. So someone to second that, please. Councillor Riley? So is there any further comments on this, Director? Nothing? Anything from council on? This is the one that we just finished. Just to put in mind, they're kind of a reverse order to the way that we had the public meetings. But, so I think if there's nothing, then, Councillor Rayner, sorry, your hand's up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through to Garrett, did you say there was also a severance on this? I know the house you're talking about, it's got a fish pond on the front, and it's on the east side but they want to also build and take some of that agricultural land on the west side to be utilized in the construction of an addition on that property, is that correct?
Yes, so a gravel parking lot was constructed a number of years ago there, which is actually located on the farmland. So the applicants were hoping to get that cleaned up and added actually to the business property, because those parking spaces provide space for the employees of the business. So they're asking for a zoning change on the east side of the the west side of the property as part of that boundary adjustment severance that the Committee of Adjustment conditionally approved. And they're also asking to change the zoning over where that house is, and there's some ponds and trees, to also allow for future expansion that way, with consideration that when they no longer need that house would disappear and the business would continue to expand east as well. That's not the current plan. The current plan is that the house would stay. They're not planning to sever off the house or anything like that. Their plan is just to enlarge the business and to capture that parking lot in the business property.
Madam Mayor, through to Garrett, all right, your term disappear with the house, my thought process of that is an excavator shows up and makes it disappear. But you're thinking disappearing meaning severed off and sold separately?
They merged. That used to be two separate properties, and they actually merged them together, so that come the time when they no longer need the house, I think family members, the parents, I believe, did reside in the house. I can't recall if that's still the case.
When I knock on the door, they were there.
Yeah, so when that house is no longer needed, they want to have the option to be able to expand the business eastward where that house is and where some of that vacant land is. That's their long-term plan. They have no plans on severing that house off or anything like that.
So they would just tear it down and expand the business. Okay, well, further question. Why are they concerned about that parking lot now when it's been there for years and years? As long as I remember, that parking lot's been there. Why all of a sudden there's a concern when there wasn't one before?
That's a very good question. I think the main thing is I believe there's some ownership changes, and they were just trying to clean up title. The owners of Agri-Plastics also own the farmland that surrounds them. So I'm not sure if there's something in their longer-term vision that sees them leaving that farm or selling that farm possibly.
Okay.
But it was, their main goal is to do this addition, and as part of this addition, they just want to clean up everything on the site and make it all legal within our zoning and on our site plan.
Madam Mayor, to Garrett, because quite a while ago, if I'm not mistaken, they made an application for building there, and we made some amendments to silos or something that were too close to the road, or if I'm not, this is going back probably 10, 15 years, but they had done work there before on this. This is not the first time, correct?
Correct. I don't know, I don't have the full history, but I think approximately, it was around 2007, they actually applied for a regional official plan amendment and a township zoning bylaw amendment to have that use permitted. And then along the way, there's been a number of things they wanted to do a little bit differently, which have required additional approvals.
Okay, thank you.
So I think some of those things, and I could be mistaken too, have come forward because of the success of the business, that gradually they've had to make some changes to that. So, any further questions?
No, I'm
about that?
fine, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I think we're ready then to vote on that, Mr. Clerk. It should be in my market.
Now, what did I do?
Does it come up for everybody? Mine has. Okay, mine has not, but
Just
I
got
had to
small.
refresh. So,
I
oh,
want
here
it
it's up.
big.
Just slow.
Thank you. Oh, it's still on there. I thought I did it.
Our machines have all been sitting, doing nothing for a period of time. That might be the.
All right, should go clear now.
Okay, do you have everybody? Okay, good, it's all in. Thank you, so that resolution
All right,
carries.
Moving on.
And that takes us to 10.2, Senior Planner Susan Smythe and Director of Growth and Sustainability Garrett Borma. And I'm giving you a heads up, Councillor Riley, have you seen it? You have that? Okay,
I see
good.
that staff has put me down to this.
Read Technical Report PD-02-2025, Extension Request for Temporary Use, T13 at 9127 Regional Road 20, file number 1601-010-23. And Councillor Riley, you have that.
I do. As noted, staff put me down to move this. That technical report, PD-02-2025, titled Extension Request for Temporary Use, T13 at 9127 Regional Road 20, file number 1601-01023, be received. And that recommendation report be submitted to a future Growth and Sustainability Committee and Council meeting once a full staff and agency review has been completed.
Thank you. So we need someone to second that to get it on the floor, and then we can have some further discussion. Councillor Rayner, thank you. Okay, and I did hear from the comments that there may be further discussion about this. So Councillor Rayner, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Through to Garrett, what you're saying is because that application was made, that we have to go through the process or pending appeal. Therefore, like a regular technical report, you're recommending that we accept and we move forward to the next stage. Would that be correct?
Through the mayor, that is correct. Even though it's an extension to an existing application or a previous application, it is seen as a separate application that committee has to deal with. And if it's not dealt with, they have that opportunity to appeal us on a non-decision. And although I don't have a lot of experience in that, oftentimes the land tribunal does not have a lot of I think sympathy in that regard of dealing with non-decisions. They'd rather see committee and council come to a decision on an application.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So through to Garrett, so basically there's a lot of us here that have comments to say about it, but really, since it's moving forward anyways, the time for that will be when you bring it back, correct?
Through the mayor, once again, that is an opportunity. I think both Susan and I took a lot of notes from the comments that were brought up as part of the public meeting, which we will definitely take into consideration if and when that recommendation report is brought forward as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think my comments will wait till the recommendation report comes, because this process is not over. And if we say everything tonight, we're just going to be repeating ourselves when it comes back.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Trumpet, I have you next.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Rayner. We'd wait and say all our comments. I just think that, when an applicant comes forward, you'd think you'd have all this stuff done before to ask for an extension. So, I think it doesn't put a good taste in my mouth that when someone comes forward, they can say 99%, but as Garrett, I want to go back what Garrett says, there's no way of classifying percentages when it comes to things like that. So when he used the percentage number, I thought it's baseless. Again, you'd think that if you want to do something good for a business and come forward, you'd think you'd have everything done and all your ducks in order before you come ask for, this council for an extension. When will it come back through you, Madam Mayor, to, I'm not going to get used to the name, so I'm going to say the Director of Planning. It's going to take me a while, so bear with me.
GNS, Growth and Sustainability.
Yeah.
It's administration staff's expectation that we'd have to bring this back next month.
Okay.
Because the lapsing is the end of February. So their only opportunity to have a decision before it lapses is to bring it forward on February 10th.
Because we will field calls from residents, and the last one will that meeting be when the main one will for the decision. So we'll let them know that it will be next month. Thank
Okay,
you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to weigh in on this tonight? Councillor Chichok?
I guess just for clarity. Thank you very much. Can we make a decision to not go to a technical report tonight? Through you, Madam Chair.
I think that was a similar question to what Councillor Rayner just asked, where...
I just wanted it clear. Yes.
Can we decide not to accept this technical report?
In other words, no, that we make a decision tonight based on performance or whatever, or would it be better for us with the appeal period? I mean, if we said no, they could appeal. And the fact that we said we had reason not to go forward with a technical report, would that harm us?
So I guess what I'll say first is my suggestion would not be to make a recommendation on the actual application, because as it was said before the public meeting, no decision will be made. So in keeping with that, I guess committee and council can do what pleases them. I think this is a good opportunity just to mention that the CAO and I have had discussions about our reporting structure and this technical report, which continues to come up as bringing about some issues, and we hope to make some changes very shortly in that, and potentially change the name of these technical reports to more information reports. We like to have a report that comes with a public meeting just to provide information as to what the application is. When we have done these technical reports in the past, and this one before you, we have these two recommendations still tied to them, that the report be received and that another report come forward. So we hope to provide more information on that shortly, but that might be the direction where we tend to go to remove these kind of conversations about what do we do with a technical report that we may or may not agree with.
Right.
But for the purposes of this report, I believe it's up to committee and council to make a or to go forward or not go forward with it, and staff will work through whatever decision is made.
You've answered it as we thought we would have to do. Thank you. And Madam Mayor, I guess the issues are for me that that if we are coming back with a report further, that the notes that the staff have made, I hope are comprehensive with the concerns that I heard tonight, and that is the amount of money doesn't nearly justify what it is that we would require to be held, because we've got a landowner and then somebody acting as the landowner, and the fact that this is the first time, and I wish that Mr. Pomeroy had stayed, because my memory is that there'd be very little inventory. And now we've got a whole year's because you couldn't sell anything, which I don't understand,
Well,
Because-
didn't want to prolong that discussion, but he said they were in place by the end of March, and that timeframe moving forward was kind of their selling time. So the understanding of why something didn't leave the property was certainly left me with a
They
question.
couldn't sell anything until the, yes.
Yeah, so I think there were lots of things that were in conflict with what our
I just want to make
understanding was
sure
a year ago.
that we clarify, because obviously, to Mr. Pomerantz, he needs more clarity if we were to decide to go forward with any kind of extension, because there's a disappointment as well as the fact that it took so long for compliance, if that's the case. That's really my point, is that, and if that is the size of what it is, that a firefighting plan or any of the other plans now with the scale and scope of what this project is would need to be added to whatever we suggested last year. So that's it.
Okay, Councillor Trombetta, second.
So,
Is
just
there
to
anybody
sum-
else?
just to
Just
sum-
one, just hold one sec.
Sorry.
Anybody who hasn't spoken that wishes to speak?
But I don't mind going now.
You don't mind going? Okay, so go ahead.
Just to sum up,
Councillor.
I know we, like, through you, Madam Mayor, to the Director of Planning, this we have to accept because, again, you can't make it, like you said, we can't to make any decisions because we have to, again, it's another meeting. But what I think what's troubling me a little bit is not that I understand how the process works, and I know the members of the committee understand, but how the public will receive it, saying that, it's been supported that it's titled extension. Looks like we're granting an extension, which we're not granting an extension. But the way it could be, I guess, transpired to the public, that is, we support this, and I think that's what's troubling council right now, what we support, just because it had the word extension in it, looks like we're supporting an extension, but we're not. So how can we word this in a way that, it doesn't matter to me, I'm just throwing that out there, Madam Mayor, like.
And I think your and Councillor Chichok's concerns are the very thing that our new director and our CAO are looking at in terms of what we call these reports moving forward, because people don't understand technical recommendation. We intertwine them ourselves sometimes inadvertently.
I think the CAO wants to
But
add something
yeah,
here
that
if
is
he
the
can.
issue. So,
Again,
okay,
think
Mr.
about,
CAO.
as a counselor, that goes out to the public, we supported this, shows that we've supported the word, just because of a word extension, and now that, and a future report's coming back to this committee. So that's what's concerned, I know how
So
the,
essentially, we're receiving it, right? That might be the way around it, but Mr. CAO, go ahead, please.
go ahead, Mr. CEO, then I'll comment, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I do understand the concerns that are being raised about council and the optics of this. I think when we do get to a point where we can take a look at the procedural bylaw, and I think that's a piece of work that has been outstanding for some time, that in conjunction with some of the conversations that Mr. Borma and I have been having, technically all that's required is the mayor closes the public meeting. Council does not need to accept something as information because it's already in front of you. So if you choose to accept it or not, it doesn't go away or become anything different. So there's actually not a need for council to file any motion after the closing of the public meeting. Administration will just return with the recommendation report. So if there were to be no motion passed, the public meeting's been closed, administration's next recourse is to bring the report for council to make the decision. So if council were not to make any motion to accept his information, if that helps, it would still mean administration comes back with a report that we'd be coming back with.
So if we don't accept, so we turn this down.
Or just be silent, rather. Just move on.
We'll just move on. Again, I like that too. Again, what bugs me again is just the word extension. If it's so titled Pomerantz request, that would have been, whatever, I think something like that would have been just more satisfying for myself, but I'll throw it out there. I know I'm quite sure if members of committee want to talk about this, how we're going to tackle this one, but go ahead.
Go ahead,
So
Councillor.
thank you, Mayor. Actually, and the one that was actually I think the last question I asked during the public meeting there is understanding the difference to how these are treated on an individualistic base. So, and I think that's what we got in my understanding is we always have to treat them when they come this way as an individual file, an individual application. But because the wording sounds like a continuation, it gives that misinterpretation. And I would assume tonight would be treated differently because I think what the CEO is talking about is the future to come. I think if we were to turn down a technical report tonight, that would actually send an action to do the opposite. I think in the future, there's a suggestion that once the mayor's done the meeting, there is no need to actually weigh in on a technical report. That will just be dealt with, that we would just remain silent until the recommendation comes forward. Through you, Madam Mayor, is that what I'm understanding correctly for tonight's purpose?
through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. I think that the report is in your agenda. If you were to vote this down, council is essentially saying that you're not receiving this as information this evening. It doesn't go anywhere. It's still in your agenda. It's still a matter of the public record. The wrinkle is that this isn't conventionally how we've dealt with these things. So the easiest thing is just is to move forward with the recommendation that's in your package. In the future, we can make this process easier for council to get through, I think. But the best course tonight is to follow the recommendation in your package. We're going to be looking to ways that we can streamline this, make it a little bit more legible, less cumbersome, less repetitive reports going forward in the future.
Okay.
So can we mitigate this a little bit by when, I mean, whatever happens here is also published in our council news. So can we highlight the fact that we're just that this is just received for information, and that way when it comes forward, it just simply says that, and then the automatic portion, the recommendation report, is going to come automatically, as you're suggesting now. So does just looking at receiving this tonight for information, does that help bridge the gap between where we're going and what we've been historically doing? And does that satisfy you, Councillor Trombetta, in terms of
Yes,
looking at that?
yes,
Because
Madam
I
Mayor.
know where you're coming from.
I think we all feel that.
We've all wrestled with this kind of thing in the past, and we certainly wrestle with it over this situation.
So if I can, we can get the clarity from the clerk, it looks like he wants to jump in there just to kind of steer us.
Through the mayor to the rest of council, and further to what the CAO had said, I believe this was a historical courtesy that administration has started doing for council, just providing the technical report where it wasn't necessarily required. I understand the hang-up in the language of naming an extension and it passing. I understand the optics of that. And then I'll note for our council information that comes out later that it is stressed that a decision has not been made on the matter, just so the public is aware of that. And I understand that question. However, obviously, as this is on the floor now as a resolution, it would need to be dealt with now. But also, I believe further to the CAO's comments regarding the information, that is why slowly we have moved away from receiving presentations for information as council has received the information, whether they vote on the resolution or not. We've kind of started moving away from that language that doesn't really serve a purpose other than cause a slight procedural issue potentially. So we are currently moving away from those types of scenarios as we speak.
And so, Madam Mayor, if I may, so if I understand correctly through you, back to our Director of Growth and Sustainability, so when this individual came forward, they would have had to pay an application for tonight. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, we have a special fee just for extension of a temporary use bylaw, which they paid for, and they submitted a new application for that extension. And as Ms. Smythe mentioned, they provided a planning piece very late on Thursday as well.
So and thank you for that. I appreciate that. And I think the important takeaway is that anybody can pay the application fee, submit the application, and they're given their opportunity to present. And later on, this council's really chance to weigh in is going to be when that recommendation comes back from staff, and we can steer it from there. And if we can clean up the middle work, so we're not giving misinformation or a false idea of what's happening in the community, I think would save a lot of heartaches. But I also think would also be more efficient and maybe even a little less time consuming in the future. So, thank you.
So as for tonight, we're going to proceed as it is, but we're going to look at how we present that publicly when it goes into the council news. Is that the understanding of everybody?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, good. All right, so that will be in front of you if there's no further discussion on that. It didn't come, Mike? Okay.
Yeah, my son might feel just take it slow.
Okay. So that carries didn't come up yet, but that resolution carried. Okay, so thank you. So we're going to move on then to 10.2, which is Community and Protective Services, and that brings our Fire Chief, Dennis Fisher's report up. Information report, WLFD-01-2025, titled Monthly Update, December 2024. And Councillor Rayner, you have that resolution, please.
Recommendation that information report WRLFD-01-2025 titled Monthly Update December 2024 dated January 13th, 2025 be received for information.
Thank you. And someone to second that, please? Councillor Broderick? Okay, are there any questions or comments on this? Okay, Councillor Riley, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to our fire chief. I just wanted to mention last month we had our deputy chief stand in there, and so one of the questions I asked, I just want to make sure it got relayed to you is, and when we have these, what is it, like quarterly or monthly reports, whatever we have that's going to break down the dispatch calls, one of the requests I had is, and he was going to reach out, I believe, to the dispatch in St. Catharines to confirm if we can also get a little bit clearer scope of where most of these calls, or not most of these calls, but where the calls in general are coming from by the ward. So I just want to, I'm not looking for a response as much as that was a question I was asked. I know it's a simple ask on my behalf, maybe not a simple ask on the other side there, but if that would make sure that was relayed. So hopefully that can be addressed in the future.
Go ahead, Chief.
I can't comment through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Riley. I actually was at dispatch this afternoon, and we had that discussion in regards to,
perfect.
You know, can they do that and separate it? I have to give them, because you're looking in from a ward perspective, which is through the electoral boundary, so I have to go to our GIS person and get that boundary. So it's going to take me a little bit of time for dispatch to do it, but they think that it can be capably to get it done.
Thank you.
It's going to take me a little bit of time to get it done.
I appreciate that. I want to make sure that got relayed.
No worries.
Councillor Chichot?
I just, as a point of clarity, since people never, they can read the same thing in the paper 50 times and then they don't know how to do something, as we've found recently with people saying they didn't know about activities that were going on in the town over Christmas. Can you, Chief, if you know readily, in rural areas, farms apply for a burn permit at the beginning of the year. Could you, if you know, or could we come back next month? Because I got 2 phone calls saying, how do I get a burn permit?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Chichot. There's 2 ways. You can come in and fill out an application at the counter, or you can do the application online. Under the fire code, under open air burning, if you are a farm, you are exempt from the fee. But there's 2 ways, online or at the counter, manually filling out the paperwork.
Thank you, Chief. Our farm did get ours. Thank you. But there are people that are still asking how they do it. So I thought it would be important if maybe we could put it in the council news.
So further to that, I did see the reminder online, which was very good. I did not look carefully enough to see if that still had the link to get directly to the online request. Do you know, Chief?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not 100% sure. I can touch base with Beth. And
so
make
that
sure
might be
that
the
is
next thing, to send it out, and the next one
100%.
have a direct link to make sure that people can readily do that?
I will make sure that that is through Beth.
Well, when it was put out the last time on social media, like through the year, there was a link that you could just click right on that, and it took you directly to the application process for doing it. What I saw the reminder just this past week that it's a new year, it's time to renew, but I did not check out to see whether that link was still there.
I clicked and I was able to register.
So it was there. Okay,
Yes.
so there's our answer.
Yeah, I was able to.
Yeah.
I paid my $37.95 or something like that.
But again, we want to make sure that that's always there for the next several months, because not everybody would see that. So thank you.
For sure.
Okay, anything further on the fire report from anyone? Okay. Yeah, it's really slow coming up, for sure. Oh, there we go. It should be in front of you.
No, it's not. Always breaks.
Little, they're all up. I said little.
Dead.
Okay, so are you got most
We weren't
everybody?
in the agenda, so you gotta go in.
Mine didn't come? I pressed it.
I know.
It hasn't come to you yet? Oh, my goodness, okay.
Usually when I have a picture.
Okay,
with all-
so
everybody, it usually works.
we're good? That resolution also carries. Thank you, Chief. So we're next going to number 2, under Community and Protective Services, and Coordinator of Recreation Services, Wendy Beatty, and Director of Operations, Mike DePaula. And so Councillor Chichok, you have that recommendation report regarding the music market and parking event.
I do, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Moved by myself that the information report CS 01-2025 titled Music, Mark and Park It Event Assessment dated January 13th be received for information.
Thank you. And Councillor Maychek, can I ask you to second that, please? Okay, thank you. And so I'm going to go to Director DePaula first for some remarks about this before we get going.
Okay. Excuse me. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of this report is to basically provide committee with an assessment of the 2024 Music, Market, and Park It event series. This report provides some background on this new event series, which basically combined the West Lincoln Farmers Market with the Music in the Park concert series and adding a car show to it. And that new event was kind of talked about during the 2024 budget deliberations, and it was approved as part of our 2024 budget process. So this report provides an outline of the planning phase of the event, lays out some of the event details, and kind of gives an assessment of the results, the outcomes, and provides a little bit of a cost assessment. In addition to that, our assessment is based on input that we received from the event participants and attendees, and that information has all been included as schedules to the report. And based on that, the administration considers that the Music Market Park It event was a successful endeavor in its first year. And this report kind of provides some insight for future event planning and administration plans to continue to deliver this event in a similar structure for the 2025 year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, are there any questions or comments regarding this report? Councillor Riley, we'll go with you first.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I'm just looking through the results, outcomes, and budget on page, I believe, 6 of 10. And so you have it broken down, by the category: food vendors, farm vendors, the peak concert attendance. I appreciate the amount of work and effort that went into get this off the ground and going, but I would hardly call that attendance a huge success. I was wondering, through Madam Mayor, to the Director, if other days of the week have been considered. I realize there's a questionnaire that you were asking some of the other, vendors, how they felt it went. I know at times there's mixed emotion in terms of what they liked, what they didn't like, and I realize you probably took an average of the popularity from that limited scope. Again, I'm just wondering if any other days could be considered. I know I was not able to make one single one because it worked on a day that did not work for me with my kids and their extracurriculars. I would love to actually go there and support this, but fortunately it falls in a time where I'm not available, and I know other people like myself have the same restraints. Or if there's a possibility, we can do it alternate. 1 week it's on the one day, 1 week it's on a weekend, if we can ever make that accommodation, so it doesn't always have to be on the same day every 2 weeks or every 3 weeks, however we're doing this.
Okay. Any further comment to that from either you or from you, Wendy?
Through the mayor to Councillor Riley, thank you for your comments. As you mentioned, there was some consultation earlier on in this process when we developed this event, and Tuesday was kind of, the consensus or the most popular day. It's something for us that we will consider when we plan for 2025. And again, there has been some comments after the event. Some people did like Tuesday, some people didn't like the Tuesday. They provided some context on what days of the week they do, whatever. They provided some context on why they preferred whatever days of the week. So we'll take your comments, and we'll obviously review the days once again when we consider what we're going to deliver in 2025.
Thank you.
So just further to that, I do believe that some of the choice of Tuesday for last year had something to do with the flags and the things that were already made, previously. And so I'm hoping that they're worn out, and that's not the reason for the choice moving forward. Because, I mean, that made sense last year, that if that's what everything said, then, you go with that. But further to what Councillor Riley has said, I've had some questions about that, too, about the choice of time, because I know music was not always, sort of on a Tuesday. So, anyway, moving forward, that's a good question. Any further questions about that? Councillor Broderick and then Councillor Machak.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, to Wendy. I think it would be great if we could pick another day, one where it doesn't rain, because I think it rained every Tuesday, or almost was threatening rain. So I was able to attend a couple of the markets, not all of them, and the ones that I did attend were the days that it wasn't raining. And I was happy to see the participants that we had, and certainly, kudos to you and your staff. It seemed to be, even though it wasn't something that had been planned many, many months in advance, it seemed to be quite a successful event, and I look forward to us building on that, and I think the community will also look forward on us building on that. And obviously, what the mayor and Councillor Riley said, looking at perhaps other dates may be valuable, and we'll leave that to you. Thank you.
Councillor Machak?
I just want to say I think it's great. I heard door to door, a lot of people want more events, music, and they mentioned car shows and are looking forward to it. So am I. I'll definitely be attending. But if there's anything you can do low cost to make it more awareness in the community, hopefully that increases attendance, because I think what you're doing is awesome.
Okay, thank you. I have you, Councillor. Go ahead. Yeah, it's okay. I did. I saw you.
Yeah, I thank you, Madam Mayor, to you, to Director DePaula. I've been wanting or stating my opinion that the market should be near the end of the week, if not the Saturday. And if you go to other municipalities, their market, our majority of them are on Saturdays. Like, I can go briefly, real quickly, Ridgeway, Saturday, Grimsby's Thursday, Beamsville, Saturday, Niagara Falls, Saturday, Farmers Market of the Village, Niagara-on-Lake, Saturday. A majority of them are later in the week. I think the issue is, I can keep going on the list, there's more or less Thursday or Saturday. The beginning of the week, I think, is more tougher for people, where people are more off. Of maybe if there's something that we can discuss and alternate. I think, I'm not saying a Tuesday is not good, but maybe one week a Tuesday, like Councilor Riley was saying, another week Saturday. Just following what other municipalities to make it more successful. I know myself and other members would like to attend, but Tuesday is, again, when that, I'll say that soccer parent or hockey parent is bringing their kid right after school, it's tough to get to the market, where I know there's no hockey in the summer, but people do have summer hockey or baseball or what, right? So it's hard to get to the market where you can probably go Saturday morning quickly. Like, it doesn't have to be a 4-hour span, it might be just a quick 2-hour span. Again, people can know that it's there or what, but I'm open to hearing some other ideas through the director and the manager of recreation when that comes back, if possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Could we just wait? Is there anybody for the first time who wishes to speak that hasn't spoken? Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
I just want to say, I misspoke, and Councillor Broderick, thankfully, had rejogged my memory there by her comment about the weather. Actually, I was able to attend partial of one because we got rained out at my son's baseball game. We managed to get back just to see the last half of the concert. That went indoors in the community center, which, by the way, you guys did a fantastic job being able to adapt and get that indoors in such an efficient way. That and there was quite a few people, I have to say, at that point. There was at least 100 people in that arena there. So anyways, I just wanted to correct my
Well, I got wet at several of the others, so.
Okay, well, I'm glad I avoided those ones.
Anyway, okay, anything further on this? Any more questions? Okay, so I just have one, and that is obviously throughout the report, and thank you for that, pointing out how we didn't have farmers, direct farmers, and so we couldn't be called a farmer's market. And you made mention of the strategic plan to move in that direction, to grow that. So I guess my question is whether you are still planning, even continuing with what's existing, what's working, are we still looking to do something about actually trying to work in the future on a proper farmer's market? So either of you who might want to.
Is that on? Did I get it? Okay. Thank you for the question, Mayor. Yes, I think our future planning will still focus on trying to recruit more farmers with a focus on farm vendors. As far as distant future and if it leads to an official farmers market, I think that's going to be dependent on what we see through our application process with the vendors.
I think I just didn't want, and thank you for that, I think I just didn't want acknowledgement in a report that we couldn't measure up, we couldn't be a farmer's market, and although we know it's part of council's strategic plan, we couldn't do it. We still have 2 years, we're only halfway through our mandate, we still really care to see West Lincoln eventually work towards a farmer's market, and I'm glad to know that it's not just dropped, so thank you for that. We do need to work that way, so thank you. Okay, anything further? And then, okay, so the report can come up, please. Okay, so it should be in front of you. Does everybody have it?
Yeah, it should be, you're right.
Oh, okay, you don't have it? All right.
He has it on, it's in front of him. The only thing we could do different, Mike, is to restart it.
Yeah, but if I reboot it with my size 13s, there'll be pieces everywhere. I will take it literally.
Okay, so you, just Councillor Rayner that has it come up?
For the next 2 years, just vote for us.
Okay. Okay, so we now have it. Thank you, everyone. And so that also passes. Good. Okay, so that takes us then to other business. So it's in two parts, and so Councillor Rayner, I know that you have something in the second portion. So I'm going to ask that 11.1 is just items of general nature or a report from a committee on which you represent West Lincoln during the 11.1 portion, and then we'll save Councillor Rayner's for the second part, which is members of council, which is kind of this fine distinction, since here we are.
Is that members of council, is this the one for members of council for informative nature?
So that's the one we're doing first, just
And I can make that
general whatever.
general whatever, okay?
Yes, so
There's two things.
Councillor
I just want
Trombetti, do you want to start with that?
It's good to see Chief Fisher back. This is the general whatever. Okay, but it's not general whatever. So it's good to see Chief Fisher back. It's good to have you back. Also, congratulations to Garrett on your new position. So, this is the first time I've seen you since the holiday. And I'd like to wish Councillor Rayner a happy birthday. I know there's no other place he would.
Madam Mayor, maybe
I
we
know
should
he would
say-
rather be no other place than with me on the 13th of January.
I told him I
on
had
his
no
birthday.
sympathy because last year I
So,
had to chair on my birthday.
I know a lot of
so-
people probably didn't know that, but I thought it was the appropriate time.
2 years ago was on Friday, and I was
Yeah.
at Dover with my daughter.
So anyways, I
Thank
just
you,
wanted to make that.
Councillor.
Thank you, Madam.
Okay,
Well,
any other
yes.
general things? So Councillor Chichar.
So since we're doing birthdays and all kinds of things, happy birthday, Madam Mayor, one day early.
Thank you.
That's right. You're a day after, I remember.
I am. Okay. Any other general members of council things? Just say on behalf of both of us, old but young at heart. Okay, general, not your item of business, right? Okay, please, go ahead.
Sitting on the board of NPEI, there apparently was a miscommunication with regards to the invoices that people normally get on a monthly basis for their billing. The question, the concern was, are they getting them on the time that was away because of the postal strike? Initially, the information that I heard was that they would be sent out like everything else is sent out. They're just late getting out. But I got a phone call after I spoke to Madam Mayor about this, that apparently there was a decision in the billing department that they were not going to send them out. However, I spoke to the president of NPEI about this and said this seems like something we weren't expecting. And basically the comment was that I should suggest that people, if they are interested, especially the farming community like myself, I like the records, we need it for farm billing and we need to keep it for 7 years, so we need it for a point of records. They didn't really appreciate and understand that at NPEI because the people that work there work in Niagara Falls, and consequently they didn't realize that there are businesses out there that really want them for their documented purposes for the accounting purposes for if they're ever audited or whatever. So if they need it, please call NPEI in Niagara Falls and they will mail it out to you. So it was just an error, unfortunately, with billing that they didn't realize that there were people who needed it. So I know we had
We did have that
client,
conversation. We had an upset person.
And
Yeah.
To my shock, and to the individual I spoke to in NPI that also didn't know this too, that they weren't sending the billing out. So yes, please call NPI if you wish a copy, and they will mail the copy to you in those specific months that you feel you've missed.
Thank you, Counselor, for clarifying that, because that was something that the resident who reached out to us was very, very concerned about. And we thought it was just a miscommunication, but in actual fact,
Well, it's just when I got back and contacted the people at NPEI, I was told exactly that it was the same as everywhere else, that it's just late in coming. And then when that individual thought, well, maybe I should check with the billing department just to confirm that, because I haven't heard that they weren't. And when they went to the billing department, the billing said, no, we've decided we weren't going to mail it out.
well, that was what the resident was told. And she
Yeah,
was-
and that's what the resident was told, but initially, that's not what I was informed of. So now that we've got this corrected, we realize that for some mysterious reason, like, I mean, I know with visas and everything, I've called them a few times, and they said they're going to be in the mail. I'm surprised I haven't got it yet, but it's supposed to be coming in the mail, and everything got delayed, and then apparently Canada Post said, I don't know how they do this, but they said they're prioritizing the mail, and the stuff that isn't so important is going to come out later than the stuff important. And I can't see them looking at it, well, this is important and this isn't, but that's what I heard. So there was some excuses why everything that was held up in the past, you don't have at the present, and you still got to wait for it in the future. So I got no idea what's going on there. But please call NPEI if you want a copy, and they will gladly send you a copy, and they apologize for the inconvenience.
Thank you for that clarification. I think it's an important clarification for our residents because we have many farm businesses, so thank you. Okay, anyone else then with of a general nature? Okay, so we'll move on then to item number 2 under that, which is members of council, and Councillor Rayner does have an issue that he wants to bring up for discussion. So, Councillor, is there anybody else who had anything else at all during this period? Okay, and I guess not, so go ahead.
You want to have a break for a minute?
No, because the next thing we're moving to will be confidential, and we will have a break. So go ahead with your item.
Thank you, Mayor. Having been, over the years, involved in the budget process for this township, I've seen many different ways that it was presented, and myself being a general manager of a plant, having to put together the budgets myself, taking weeks and weeks, and then presenting it to head office in Toronto, and do all this, you get the perception, you get the knowledge, you get the experience on what to do, and what is the most efficient way to do it. In the past, the budgets here have been very smooth. Under the direction of Mayor Katie Trombetta, budgets were basically put in, and there was very little discussion, mainly because the budgets were put in by staff based on what probably would be acceptable to council. And therefore, I've even had one year where there wasn't even a discussion. It was just voted on and it was done in like 10 minutes. The past number of years, it's been the opposite. It's been a lot like you hear in Hamilton, 6 months before it's going to be 14%, it's going to be terrible. And of course, then the councillors get in and they get a pat in the back for knocking it down. But it's a long, drawn-out procedure. And our procedure here has also turned out to be very long. And I would like to see a way of shortening it up. Instead of doing the normal presentation where, in my opinion, the last few years, and this is my 18th year of doing it in this West Lincoln, they're throwing everything in, including the kitchen sink. And then it's up to us to decide what we want and what we don't want and what number we're really looking for. I think it would save a tremendous amount of time, especially having my own experience. I know what head office wants. I know what they expect, so I can formulate my budget pretty well to go in there instead of having long arguments and discussions and going back and having to redo it, everything. You go in with something that's pretty well going to be acceptable with minor deviations here and there, but basically it goes smoothly. And I'm suggesting in this situation that we streamline the presentation towards a direction given by council. And I've asked Justin to put something, a motion forward that I put together, that I feel if we could get support of council to do this, then we could have the finance department kind of groom the budget towards that, have options of going higher if we have to, and have obviously a description of it and a process of describing how we got to this number and what's included in this number, and maybe a half a dozen other different situations where if you want this, it's 0.5% more of the budget. You want this, it's 0.75. And then we can look at the budget, and instead of going back and forth with some ridiculously high number and try to trim it down, this is a democratic process that we're going through here. Everybody, all 7 members here have an opinion. And when we go through all this on each one, are we going to take it and not take it? And some go back 2 times, some go back 3 times. This takes a long, long time. My experience knocking on doors, and I've knocked on doors more than anybody else around here, people are not interested in the presentation. Yeah, if you want to do the presentation, it's fine. People are interested is the impact to my wallet. What did you do what percent did you come up with, or what's the impact of what your decision is? So going through the process and how you're getting there is important for us in order to make sure we got the right information in there. But it's not for the taxpayer. The taxpayer wants to know, what is the impact of what you've done today on my income for my family and my wallet? And so I think if we can trim it down, make the process simpler, agree on what we're having go for, and concentrate the effort of staff instead of doing a wild and wonderful big thing, come back with something that they know that we're looking for, and then we can work at it, massage it a little easier, and come to a conclusion much quicker. And that's really what I'm hoping we can do, because I've gone through these and they're getting worse as time going on. They're getting bigger, and Hamilton's the worst example. And last year, Donna mentioned that it's going to be a high number. And, you know, it was a high number, and it was still a high number when it was approved at the end, although William and I were the only ones who didn't approve it. It still is a lot of work to bring that down when we know we're not going to accept that wild number to start with. So why don't we even go in there? So pick the things that are important to the township, important to the operation of the corporation of the township, the taxpayers in this township, put the meat in where it's supposed to be, and have a little extra so we can move it around. So, Justin, if you could please mention the motion that I put together. If I can get a seconder, if I can get comments on this, I'm just trying to make this process less agonizing. And that's what it's become, because when I first started, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like that at all. Budgets were just like a normal week. In fact, we spent less time in budget week than we would have tonight. That's how simple it was.
Okay, so you have a resolution.
I have a resolution.
And we need a seconder to get it on the floor, and then we will discuss what it is that you're asking for. So at this point in time, though, I do just want to point out that we have our first budget presentation on the 27th of this month.
I know.
And then it comes to us on the 18th of the next. So it's not a big, long process.
No, but it's the presentation, Madam Mayor, that's coming up on the 27th, which could be the whole thing. I'm assuming, based on the past, it's going to be a presentation putting everything in but the kitchen sink, and then we're going to spend February massaging that down to a number that's respectable, and it could take hours and hours.
Well, we don't know that.
I'm saying, can we massage
so-
this presentation on the 27th that reflects more what I'm asking in this motion?
Okay, so let's go to the clerk and see what it is that you're offering, and then we can't discuss it any further till we get it on the floor.
This is
I just-
another business. Well, I'm just, sorry, as a point of order, Madam Chair, this is a new item of business. What?
Yeah.
Sorry.
So
This
I
is a new item of
asked
business.
the clerk that question, and so
Okay.
let's
Yeah,
go that way,
because
because I did ask that.
I didn't expect a motion, sorry.
Through the mayor to Councillor Chichuk, and for the benefit of the rest of council. So currently, right now, we are dealing with the item that Councillor Rayner has put on. He can make an incidental motion to put a motion onto the floor to deal with for the rest of council to deal with. Sorry, I bob my head sometimes when I talk. It will require a seconder. If this didn't come onto the agenda and Councillor Rayner felt strongly about this and had not informed administration about this prior, yes, this would go under new item of business if it received a seconder to be put onto the floor. However, currently we are dealing with this item, and he can make this motion.
So just wait. Okay, so that, Councillor Chichok, your answer was,
Sure.
you may not agree, but that answer was
I'm fine. I
satisfactory.
just needed to
So we're not
understand.
going to discuss it any further, Councillor, until we find out what it is that Councillor Rayner is suggesting, okay?
Okay. I'm
Okay,
more
so because we don't want to discuss this
I
item.
don't want, my question's not about the motion. My question is about the procedural side of things. I just want to see clarity. So in the future, if long as a member of council, so through you, Madam Mayor, to the clerk, has a discussion with staff, they then can bring in incidental motions through members of council discussions? Is that what I'm understanding correct? I just want to know for the future, okay, so this is kind of like a loophole, so you don't have to worry about a new item of
Well,
business?
it's something about our procedural bylaw that needs to be eventually tightened up.
Okay, yeah, 'cause I don't think
Because
any
it
of
is
us-
a bit of a loophole. I asked that question as well, why this isn't an item of new business.
Because if we bring a new item of business, Madam Mayor, as you know, we can't really even speak much to.
You can't speak to it
you couldn't
until
give
somebody agrees to let you.
Yeah, and so this here actually allows us to circumvent that, so that's interesting.
It wasn't the intent. Honestly, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
Yeah, but what it did, Councillor,
I
with
know
no
what it did.
intention,
I know what it did.
point out that, I mean, as long as I've been on council, there's been talk about our procedural bylaw needing to be changed and addressed, because there've been several things along the way, before me and after, since I've been here, that when we go to check, it's ambiguous. And so we certainly found there are many of those things that we need to look at more clearly. In fact, there are a couple of places where our procedural bylaw is contradictory to itself, you know, where one place it says something might be okay and later on it says it's not okay. So much work needs to come from that. So don't get too caught up on that. We need to fix that. But in the meantime, Councillor Rayner reached out with this. The clerk has said this is an okay thing under our current procedural bylaw, and here we sit, okay?
Broken-hearted.
So, go ahead.
I will note for the rest of council, however, it does still require a seconder to discuss for this direction,
I'll
so this
second
is,
I'll second it.
I still have to read
We
it.
have to know what you're seconding.
Well, I'm seconding his to bring
You
it
don't know,
forward.
but you don't know what his motion is yet.
Okay.
What you said is without hearing it?
No, I'm talking about, I thought we had a second to bring the motion forward.
No,
so-
he
So
doesn't-
this is just to bring the whole,
It's
oh,
on the
okay.
floor now. It's on the floor.
This is to bring it right to the
But it's
floor. We
not
really
on the-
circumvented the
yeah,
process
exactly.
here.
Go, collect $200. This is monopoly.
All right,
So
I thought
it
this was a
is-
sidestep, but
So
this is a
if
full
you,
leap.
if you are willing to support something that you
Well,
don't
no,
even
I
know
like to
what
hear
it
this
is,
first. Who knows what's in
I would
this thing?
suggest that might be wise.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Okay, so this is the
It
motion.
was
If there's
just that
no
we
sec,
accept your resignation tonight. That was all it was.
let's be clear that if no one seconds this, it drops now.
Correct.
If somebody seconds it, we discuss it further, and
Correct.
then we vote yea or nay.
Correct.
And that's where it
That's
sits.
all I ask.
So go ahead, please.
Currently, what I have is that administration be directed to present the budget at a blended rate of no more than 3%, and that administration be further directed to streamline the budget process and present council with multiple levy percentages options to choose from.
So it can be amended, right?
Yeah.
Well, it could be.
Through the mayor to the rest of council.
So we need a seconder to get it
So
on the floor.
I will put it on the
so-
floor, because I'm very curious to see where this conversation goes. I have some concerns. I certainly won't be supporting it as is, but I'll second it to get to the floor.
Okay.
That's all you need.
Okay, so Councillor Rayner, it is your resolution. Do you wish to speak to it further, or have you spoken to it enough?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The reason I picked the 3% was because of the situation out in the marketplace right now. The reason I picked the blended is because 56% of our tax dollar goes to the region. I was very upset when the mayor announced that they have accepted herself and Regional Councillor Woodavine with 9.6. That's a real tough number. There's a lot of people suffering around here, community care. There are people deciding between food for the family or paying their mortgage or getting clothes for their kids. There's 80,000 in the paper last week, 80,000 Canadians in Ontario that are living in tents. And it's very frustrating to try to work out a budget that's reasonable and fair based on the economic times that we have. Ford is giving us, he recognizes there's a problem, he's given us $200, and we just lost that. We passed it over and gave it to the region. And yet, there's so many things with the region that I have questions on, Madam Mayor, that I don't think have been addressed in order to try to knock this 9.6 down. But that can be discussed maybe when we're talking about the budget in more detail. But the important thing to realize is that this 9.6 is blended with the Township of West Lincoln. So by allowing us to give the region that much money, that means if we want to have a budget come in whatever number we want, we are going to have less for our people in our community, because in order to get that blended number, if the first one comes in high, the second one's got to come in low if you want to get to any particular number. So giving more money to the region is giving less money to the people in this municipality to work with if you want that blended rate to be a reasonable number. So that's why I said 3%, because I wanted it blended, because otherwise it's going to be blended afterwards and that number will be higher, hence the reason we got 6.55 last year. I don't want to see that happen again this year, and people can't afford it. Even the government is recognizing it now and giving us rebates because they feel the pain we're going through. So let's keep that in mind. The economy that we're living in right now, the price of food, the price of housing, everything else, and make this budget tight as if it was the last year of council, because every council, and it doesn't take a brainchild to say this, and I'm not speaking out of school, you always tighten the budget up real good on the last year because you want to get reelected. Well, I'm not doing this to get reelected on my third year. I'm saying the times are really bad right now, and we're going to have to act and change things and not do things that we necessarily want to do. It's just like household. You've got things you want to do and you'd love to do it, but you can't get it all done because you don't have the money. Well, some things in this township we're going to have to sacrifice that we really want to do because we got to get that number down. The region blew it out the window, and we can't do that to our taxpayers. They're hurting right now. They've hired us, they've elected us to represent them, and I know they don't want a large tax increase because they got one last year. So please, let's work together and trim this thing down, because it really needs to be done, and it needs to be done now.
So thank you for that. Councillor Riley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess through you to our Director of Finance, in order to achieve a 3% blended rate, does that mean we'd have to run a negative levy?
Through Madam Mayor to Councillor Riley, thank you for your question. So I just want to stress that we cannot control the region or the education portions of our tax bill. So we really should be focusing on what we can control, which is our West Lincoln levy portion. So as Councillor Rayner mentioned, the region has approved a levy increase over 2024 of approximately 9.6%. So in order for the township to achieve a 3% blended tax rate increase as requested by Councillor Rayner, that would essentially mean that there would be a 0% increase to our tax levy in 2025, and actually our township tax levy would need to decrease by $500,000 from our 2024 levy requirement. So that equates to approximately a 5% tax levy decrease from 2024.
So I guess my, yeah, no, I realize that. I think the biggest issue we have there is what are we cutting to achieve that? If that was reasonable or sustainable, I would be more concerned that it would actually do more harm to our community than good at this point, just considering things are already expensive as it is. I think if future councils would be having to play catch up for generations to come. That'd be my concern there. So I couldn't support that tonight. If I think my understanding or my hope, or I guess I could be more persuaded to entertain a 3% local levy increase, and anything else outside of that kind of comes back to council. We kind of see staff's prioritization of, okay, this is what you guys have pre-approved up to 3%, and then make your sales pitch on anything outside of that, and then council really discusses that in a more fulsome setting. But I certainly couldn't support a 3% blended rate at this time, knowing that it sounds great and looks good on paper, and it probably wins a few more votes, but it's certainly going to create some potential financial harm because we already have things. We're talking about $500,000 out of the tax base that we don't have.
So further to what you're saying about the robbing Peter to pay Paul kind of thing, which is essentially what you're talking about, is one of the reasons over time, it's my understanding, I was not at the region, as you well know, but for many previous generations of regional council, there was a 0% tax levy at the regional level. And in their wisdom, or lack thereof, those councils led to the predicament that we're in now, because money was not put aside for the asset management plans that should be in place. So they had 100-year-old infrastructure that they're now faced with dealing with. So although, and I was quite honest the last time, I mean, I think it's a very ugly number that's come forward from the region, but that was a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to get that down, because the region delivers a different set of services than what we deliver. And those costs, including costs for addiction and homelessness and whatever, we don't see that in our face in our community. But our region is seeing that, and they are dealing with that. And there's a great amount of money that's going into that. We heard that in our presentation with the various projects for senior living that we heard about tonight when Legion Villa was talking about what they want to do here. So when you're looking at the region that we live in, West Lincoln didn't opt to be part of it, but we are part of it. And so the reality is we are part of Niagara region. And people in Niagara are hurting in a lot of different ways. I feel as West Lincoln, yes, our people are borderline. There are many people who are feeling the pinch, but we don't have in our faces that same ugly nature of things that are going on in other municipalities. I can't tell you how many times I've apologized to people about what it ended up with in terms of the region, but a great deal of that is going into capital infrastructure to try to keep safe water practices in place.
Yes.
And another great portion of it is going into public health and social services. So we're facing that. What we have to look at here very carefully is what services we are going to be able to deliver to our residents when we actually see what our budget is. So I'll go ahead. So Councillor Bradrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Councillor Rayner. I certainly thank you for your heartfelt, item that you brought forward to us. I certainly know that I'm sure all of us know people who are feeling the pinch or personally feeling the pinch, and in all areas of our life, especially those that are, finding themselves without employment, renegotiating their mortgages, things all add up very, very quickly. Mm-hmm. I personally have, and I'm not your 18 years, even close, but I feel as though the process has not been cumbersome. I felt it to be a very good education or opportunity so that I have a good understanding of where administration is coming from as to why they want to spend money in certain ways, and it allows us to have a better understanding of kind of where their ideas are and in all areas of our delivery. Without that opportunity, I don't know how we're allowing the administration to maybe make decisions for us without being able to have those discussions. We do have a relatively new CIO. We do have a brand new director of finance. Oh, that's not your title anymore, is it? Sorry.
Corporate services.
So I feel as though I would like to let them have their time, their opportunity to bring forward to us what this process is going to look like. They may have ideas already of how that can be perhaps less cumbersome and more of an educational opportunity, so that we don't, and we as a team can sit here as well and think about how we can add to that process so it's not as long and lengthy. How are we as a team, adding to that as well, and how can we maybe make that more of a fulsome, learning opportunity? That's just my 2 cents worth. Again, I think that the process haven't been cumbersome in the past, and I look forward to seeing how this new administration brings forward one of the most important things that we discuss in a year.
Thank you. Councillor Machan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I just feel it would be irresponsible as a new councillor to put that responsibility on staff to come back with cuts. Cuts to what? Things I don't even know we currently program or operate or services, and I don't think that's fair to staff. I don't think it's fair to council to have that come at 3% if it results in program cuts, which I heard is would happen. So I can't support it.
Thank you. Anyone else that hasn't weighed in? Councillor Chichok first, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Rayner, since you've already spoken twice.
I think we've already, thank you, Madam Mayor, heard from the Director of Corporate Services, if that's the right title. Treasurer and CFO or whatever else is added to that one, is that we cannot achieve 3% if you take the 5% or the 3% blended and it comes down to a negative. A 3% for us is an unrealistic target, and I don't want to play that game. And I'm sorry, I don't mean it to be a game, but I think we need to have, for the sake of not just for the sake of Councillor, the new councillor, we also need to know the entirety of the budget, which unfortunately is something that takes time. And we have new staff presenting in new ways. We have new obligations, and we have no growth or assessment. Where in previous years, we were able to say, oh, look at that, we got a surplus out of last 2024 or 2023 or whatever to bring over, and isn't that going to just ease the pain a little? And it was anywhere from 1% to 5%. So our tax increases in previous years were higher, actually, than what we allowed them, but we took the surplus and we put some of it in for this year, for the future tax year. If we're not going to look at the entirety of the tax implications of running this town, then making the hard decisions is going to be very easy. And we're going to overlook something that is useful to some, but maybe not to others. So I would rather go out with the fullness of understanding absolutely everything in our budget, having made a conscious decision to support or not. You know, just like Councillor Rayner said, he and Councillor Riley chose not to support the budget. Could they have done that if they didn't know the entirety of the budget? I'm sorry, I'm not asking you to answer it, but I'm just saying, I don't know that I could have supported it if I didn't know the entirety of the budget. So I would be very, very uncomfortable at trying to circumvent the process and not understand all of the things that are being brought before us. You want to tell us that you don't want to go past 7%, I made that one up, when we're looking at the final budget, and you want to ask staff to look at some things that they may think are not as important as others, or we can make that decision. That's an entirely different exercise. And I think after knowing everything, we could draw a line, but to just arbitrarily come now, we would be missing out on a lot of things that we need to understand fully. And that's my job.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Rayner, you had your hand up again. Did you wish to speak for a third time?
Thank you. I appreciate the comments from around the table. Like I said, I've been there, done it. I've got so many damn T-shirts that it's a process that I'm used to. It's a system that I'm used to. But in this particular case, I mean, like Madam Mayor, it's okay for the region to take 9.6, but I don't think you and I are getting CPP at 9.6 from Trudeau, or we're getting old age at 9.6. So what I'm saying is you've got X number of dollars coming into the House, and if you're not getting the equivalent from your sources of income as compared to what you're putting out, something has to sacrifice. You've got X number of dollars left, and you're giving more and more of it away to the tax, to the government, and you're getting less bang for your buck. There's less and less things you can do with the money you have left, and whether you're retired, which a lot of us in the country are, on fixed incomes or whatever, there comes a limit to what one can take. And I understand there's important things that have to be done for the township, but it can't be at the expense that you are sacrificing people's enjoyment of their livelihood in their retirement years because they're giving their last nickel away because we have to see these projects through. And I think it's time that we need to stop and take a good look at it, because the income coming in is not even close to what they want going out. And something has to give, or people are going to foreclose, they're going to walk, they're going to leave the township, they're going to end up going in tents, whatever they're doing that now. But the point is, the enjoyment of the livelihood of people are being affected dramatically right now, and we're just going to make it worse if we hit as hard as we did last year, because it's just the wrong time.
Okay, so I think we all have an understanding of how tough things are out there. We also know that this is about process. You brought this forward in terms of about process. So is there anybody else who wants to speak about this particular resolution that's on the floor. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I get where the council's coming from. West Lincoln isn't prone to homelessness or any of those other issues that the region deals with. We just don't see as much of it, and I get that, yeah. I guess my question to you, Madam Mayor, and maybe just out to staff, not necessarily to respond, but I think combination of what I heard from Councillor Broderick and even Councillor Rayner is, maybe it's the way it's presented to come. Councillor Broderick mentioned, with the new administration, looking forward to seeing what that presentation looks like, maybe something a little different, a little bit more streamlined, or a little bit more efficient than what we've seen before. We kind of want to ensure, as Councillor Chichak also mentioned, we want to ensure that we've, left no rock unturned, and at the same time also make sure that we still have the full accountability and transparency of the process, but in a manner that is digestible. I think there's a lot of people in the community who sit and watch our meetings, and when it comes to budget time, they're just as confused, if not more confused, by the time it's done. And I think that's also what Councillor Rayner is expressing concern over. And then, as far as the other motion before us now, I think that's an entirely different matter. And at this point, I wouldn't feel comfortable moving forward with that resolution as is, and now I would actually withdraw my seconder position, if that's even possible. Or do we just vote on it and I just vote against it? Is that the procedure aspect of it? Okay, that's fine.
So let's call a vote then.
Okay,
At that point,
sure.
the seconder, you've already waffled a wee bit on that, so I think everybody's had
Everybody's
a
had a
weigh in
chance to
as
speak to
far
it,
as
yeah. That's
they
fine.
wish to, so. So the vote when it comes up is just on this particular resolution. And of course, it's
rolled out.
It's very slow. Mine has not come up either.
I got nothing.
I'm having to sign in again.
Oh, no. I don't have a vote yet, so.
Maybe I'll just do by hand.
Okay, shall we do that? Shall we do that just by hand? Okay. I'm going to say, hands up if you are in support of this resolution. And if you are opposed to the resolution, hands up, please. So that resolution is lost, okay. But the discussion is worthwhile, so thank you for the discussion. Okay, so we've had this issue about whether there's new business. Does anyone have any new business this evening?
No.
Okay, so that takes us then to 13, which is confidential matters. And Councillor Rayner, you have that, please, a resolution to take us into confidential. We will once we get there, okay?
Thank you, and Mayor, that the next portion of this meeting be closed to the public. Consider the following pursuant to Section 239-2 of the Municipal Act 2001. 13.1, Councilor Mike Marino, update regarding legal counsel for discussion. Applicable closed section exemptions, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. And 13.2, Councilor William Riley, recounsel administration relations discussion, for discussion. Applicable closed section exemptions, personal matters about identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees.
Thank you. So someone to second that, please? Councillor Maychak, moving us into confidential. Okay. Do we dare look for that? Or should you? Okay. Show of hands, please, those in favor of moving into confidential. Okay, that resolution carries. And so we will take a 5-minute stretch break. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. We've just had a resolution to bring us back into open session, and as it was just a discussion, council will come back into open and with nothing to report. And so that brings us actually to the end of our meeting, and so at the hour of 10:32, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Thanks, everybody.